streaming, but I think we have it
It's up
fixed.
now.
John's now streaming live.
Yep. And that this will be on the one that we usually use for Easton. I think we were just having some issue getting it streamed to the other one.
On the streaming, but I'll get that sorted tomorrow. Okay. So let's make sure we have all the. If you can check for your board members, other board chairs, please. Make sure you've got quorum.
If you guys want to start, I'm just going to make sure that I can share the YouTube link with people who can spread it if need be.
Okay.
Yes, that would be helpful on the YouTube link, because I know I posted the ER9 one earlier.
Yeah,
with this meeting.
Yep, and it's having problems connecting.
Good.
But let me see who all is here for Reading while we're doing that. Heather, did you make it across?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, Colleen?
Sorry, yep.
Colleen. Mike? Waiting on Mike. John Riley? Steph Alton?
Yes, I'm here.
Chris Hawker?
Yes.
Try again for Mike Hoffman. Oh, I see Mike and John coming in now, it looks like. John Riley. Mike Hoffman.
Chris, I just joined. I didn't hear what was said.
Oh, just taking attendance, making sure everyone's here.
Here.
All right, Riley, did you make it?
I'm here.
All right, we're all accounted for, Todd.
Okay. I'm looking for everybody for Region 9. I'll just go down. There's too many to scroll through. I see Mary Lee is here. Maureen?
Here.
Karen? Scroll down, see if I can find her.
Here.
Oh, hey, Karen. Thank you. Mike?
I'm here, but I can't get my video to work again.
No. All right. Cheryl?
Here.
Okay. Gwen? Juliet? Self's here. All right. So I'm two members short, and just look for them. More people coming in.
We're okay
right,
on letting people in, right, Todd?
Yeah, I think we're
Wait.
good. I'm still. I don't have Gwen or Juliet for Region 9.
Gwen's on.
So lots of people
Gwen's on.
coming in. So
I,
Gwen's on.
Yep.
All right. Thank you. All right. If you want to go ahead, John, I'm only missing Juliet, and I'll keep an eye out.
thank you. All right. Let's see. So Randy, I see Randy.
Yes.
Good. Devin. Good. I see Devin. I see Jeff Parker. I see Gretchen Goldstein. And I see Jenny Cheetah. Okay. So Easton is all here.
All right. I'll just give it a minute. There are a few more people in the waiting room coming in. And looking for Juliet one more time. All right, well, we've got quorum, so we can go ahead and start. So I'll go, John, do you want to go ahead and call to order?
Absolutely. Call to order this special meeting of the Easton Board of Education at 7:35 p.m. on August 11th, 2020.
We'll call to order the Reading Board of Education special meeting, August 11, 2020 at 7:35 p.m. Being held
And I'll-
remotely pursuant to Executive Order 7B.
Thank you. And I'll call to order Region 9 special meeting, Board of Ed at 7:35 as well. And just for members of the public, we are recording on Zoom, and we're also streaming live on YouTube. And we did change over to the Easton YouTube channel, not the Region 9 channel. We were having some technical problems with the Region 9 YouTube channel. So we did post out that if people are contacting you and asking where is the live stream, it's on the Easton one, not the the Region 9 site. All right, I think since we have quorums of the board and we're to order, we'll go to the first item on the agenda, which is public comment. And I will ask the other board chairs if they can help me look for folks and board members. Per usual, we'd ask if everybody could keep their comments to 2 minutes or less. We will time you. If you could state your name and address so we can get that for the record. If you have a comment, if you can either wave in the video picture or use the hand symbol. If you're audio only, which I haven't seen anybody yet, but if we have anybody that's audio only, just on a phone number, I think you can do *9 and that will raise the hand symbol for us to see as well, so you can participate. So with that, we'll open it up to public comment. And again, if we're getting a lot of comments in the same area, we'll ask people to refrain and make comments in other areas if we can, just because we've got a full agenda and close to 200 and almost 300 people on the call right now. All right, so we'll open it up for public comment. Any members of the public, if you'd like to speak, again, raise your hand or the hand symbol. We'll look for you and call you out and ask you to go ahead and go.
Do you guys see Heather?
I see Heather. Yeah, thank you. Good. Heather, I'm going to ask you to unmute. Heather Satin. Yes.
All right, Heather.
I'll do it. Yep. There we go.
Yep. Okay. Go ahead, Heather.
She's muted.
Yep. One more time. There we go. No, I'm sorry, we're still unable to hear you.
All right, well, let's look for someone else. We'll come back to Heather.
Yep.
So
I think there may be just an issue with the microphone.
Yeah. Anyone else from the public? Heather, we'll come back to you.
I do not
I
It's
see-
unmuted now.
Yeah. The
an
line is
issue with the
unmuted,
microphone.
but I think there's still an issue with the microphone. We'll give Heather an opportunity, to fix that. I see a hand from someone named Rodney.
Go ahead and unmute. All right, Rodney, go ahead.
My name is Lynn Loesch. I'm an Easton resident of Easton. This will be my 20th year as a para at Samuel Staples. Well, 10 at Staples and 10 at Keller. Our kids went through the Easton school system and graduated from Barlow. I may be incorrect, but it's my understanding that we're going to be welcoming a superintendent to our district tonight. I'd like to welcome him or her. And I pray that, I sincerely pray that God gives this person wisdom and patience with our districts. It's a daunting task, especially in these times. And having said that, I'd like to voice my concerns over what we're doing as far as reopening. In the news yesterday, they announced that in the last 2 weeks alone, there's been a 40% increase in children testing positive. 97,000 children were tested positive in just the last 2 weeks. Schools that have opened before us are finding staff and students with COVID, and they're closing or going to remote. In Georgia, 900 students were quarantined. This is very upsetting. In the state of Connecticut, the restaurants are at a 50% capacity, and but yet we're asking schools to open their doors to everyone. Going into a building where you're working with the same people and with the same children for 6+ hours a day. This is not safe. This is not safe for anyone. The medical experts are admitting now that they were wrong and mistaken in how kids are affected by this virus and their transmission of this virus. And they are concerned for the kids passing it on to parents and grandparents. I think we are rushing this as far as reopening our doors for in person, full in person. Lives are at stake, and I am begging as a parent, as a citizen, and just as a person, please step back and let's think before we reopen the doors and put people's lives at risk. Why? I don't understand why we can't start remotely and improve on that until we
Right.
see what happens. So
Great.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. All right, any other?
I see Emily Kilborn,
Emily.
Todd.
All right.
You guys, Lynn, can you say what where you live in Easton? Does everyone know her already? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Black Rock.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Emily, you should be unmuted.
Yes, thank you. My name is Emily Kilborn. My husband and I are both teachers at Ridgefield High School, and our son will be beginning kindergarten at Reading Elementary School. My husband's parents also live with us, and they've served at Joel Barlow High School for 42 years each, respectively, before their retirement. We have a number, so we are a family that is in the business of education, and we have a number of concerns relative to the reopening. One of our primary concerns, of course, is health and safety. I had just tuned into the Reading Elementary School, the Reading Public School board meeting and heard a lot about plexiglass barriers, et cetera. But the new science is that we know that this is airborne. And our fear is that, with all of this talk about social distancing and plexiglass barriers, et cetera, that the reality of what this virus does in the air with aerosols is not being taken into account, and that we haven't purchased enough time on our end in terms of reopening schools to account for the moving science on this. It would be our absolute preference not to send our son to kindergarten under the pandemic conditions. It would be our preference to be able to continue to educate him at home or to set up a micro school with like-minded families. But if teachers are being treated as essential workers in some respects, I think that's right. We're forced to make a choice between this model for our son and maintaining our jobs. Unfortunately, what the hybrid model does is that it forces families like ours, working families, into a really precarious position. My husband and I will be teaching 5 days a week, and possibly our kindergartner is only going to be going to school 2 days a week. What are we supposed to do about childcare those other 3 days a week? We had relied on my elderly in-laws to help us with that, but we cannot expose them to the virus at this point, which we will if we do return to school. My desperate concern is that all districts help consider the childcare needs of working families. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. All right, Heather, I think you want to try again. Unfortunately, no, it's still not working. Okay. All right.
There's iPad.
Yes, we have somebody as iPad. I'm going to keep ready to remove from meeting if need be, but person with the title of iPad, I just sent a request for you to unmute.
Okay. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Beatrix Erickson. I live in 27 Sidecut in Reading. We will be definitely doing the distance learning option. And my biggest concern this year is to really get an understanding of what my students, I have my daughter who's going to be going into the 2nd grade at RES, and my son who's going into the 6th grade. And so I'm really curious to understand what their experience will be, how much they will be getting. I want to make sure I want to make sure I have an understanding of what % of the curriculum that they normally would have if they were in person will be covered and will be made available to them. I am a stay-at-home parent, so I'm I am hands-on as much as needed, but I just need to know what am I looking at?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, and we have someone with the title of iPhone. You should see a message on your screen right now.
Great.
Good.
Hi, this is Victoria Erickson from 13 Stars Ridge Road in Reading. I'm just going to post my question here again. Because of medical needs in our family, and also because our family not feeling comfortable with the environment that can be, quote unquote, safely offered right now to the kids with wearing masks, et cetera, right now for our children, we do feel that we have to choose between the learn from home option or a homeschool option. So I kind of want to second what Beatrix was just saying previously, that I really need an in writing detailed understanding of what the learn from home option will be and how you also choose that option as a parent. Who do we need to contact to express that we want to take that option? And also, I think as a working parent as well, that there has to be allowance for flexibility during the day. I have to teach preschool, middle school, and elementary school, and there's very different needs for each of my children. And I also have to juggle that with my job as well. And this is not something that a situation I would normally choose for, but I have to because of medical needs for our kids. So I really need to make sure that I can be the one that dictates their schedule during the day. And I'm trying to see if the learn from home option will give parents who, do find themselves kind of forced into this situation, the flexibility to do so and to adapt the curriculum to their schedules. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Vincent Mays next.
Yeah, and again, we will have some more information on the reopening update later in the meeting as well.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of details.
Hi, this is Vincent Mace from 50 Fieldstone Drive in Easton. I just want to say I applaud again what happened last year with regards to the community and the teachers coming together to do the best they can in short notice. But I think with regards to this upcoming year, for me, it's all about the teachers. For the teachers that are okay accepting that risk and want to be in school with my children, I appreciate that. And I'm certainly hoping to have my children be in school, because I think the long-term detriment to them from missing either another year, 2 years, or 3 years, if there's not a solution to this coronavirus, far outweighs the less than 2% risk of coronavirus for them. For the teachers that don't want to take that risk for whatever reason, I applaud them too, and think that they can fit into the distance learning as well. But I think some of the comments that I've heard so far here seem to be a little bit more on the mass hysteria than based in fact. I haven't heard any facts about the risk in school. So I really just want to continue to push for an in-school option if that's going to be available, and there are teachers that are okay with that. That's it.
All right, thank you. I see Heather, I think, has an option now. I think you're coming in on your phone. I'm guessing Heather's iPhone.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, so we've heard a lot about masks, and if you need more masks, I'll buy you more masks. We've heard about ways that you're going to turn the chairs around in the cafeteria. We've heard how they're going to walk down the hallways. We heard how they're going to go to the bathroom. I think what most parents in this town, or these towns, moved here for was to find out how we want to know how our kids are going to learn, especially from home. We bombed the spring. We are the laughing stock of Fairfield County from teachers and administrators, the way that the spring went down. And I just feel like what parents really want to know is how are kids going to be, are the teachers going to all have the same technology to use for the kids? are there going to be creative aspects that they're going to learn, or creative activities? Are the kids going to be involved amongst each other through Zoom, etc.? And I think everything's going on, or everything we're being told is about the physical aspects of the school, whereas most parents want to know, how are our kids going to be taught? Like from morning to afternoon. We don't want to know how, well, some parents want to know how they're going to be sitting, etc. But if they're home, we want to know how they're going to be taught. Thank you.
Thank you. Christy. Hi, Christy. There we go.
Christy Sagofsky, Bayberry Lane in Easton. First off, I want to say thank you to the boards. Your role in all of this changed drastically 2 weeks ago when the governor kind of changed his state mandate and put the decision on all of you. So thank you for all of your work in doing all this. Just a kind of a question along with some scenario. Our positivity rate here in Connecticut right now is less than 1%. It's down to 0.2 to 0.6, depending on the day. There are about 20 hospitalizations in Fairfield County right now. The metrics, the numbers, the science, the transmission, all right now points to it being safe to be in the building. My question, and what I've been wondering, is if we don't go back to school now, and we've talked about the importance of the kids being in the building and being with their teachers and having that interaction, and not to mention what it does for working parents of having the kids home versus in the building and so many other scenarios. If we don't go back now with our state in the situation it's in right now, which is looking very positive in regards to controlling the virus, when will we go back? What will the metrics be to say, let's put these kids back in the classrooms where they need to be, where they're not going to lose another year of learning? I understand a lot of the concerns, both from families and teachers and students and staff. If we don't do it now, I'm just concerned that when are we going to do it? When are we going to get back in that classroom when all the numbers right now support a return to class? It won't be ideal, but I think the positives in the current situation will be outweigh the negatives.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Hi, good evening. More of just a technical question. I live in Easton. My son was part of the lottery and got accepted into the 3s for SSES. And we are contemplating, we have an option for his day to care to do the distance learning to sort of keep our bubble small, if you will. With a couple other families, and we are likely going to take that route and just keep him home. But what I want to know is, because it was a lottery, will he then be able to get into the 4s class, or are we essentially giving up his spot if we keep him home to do the distance learning for the 3s?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We have someone as iPhone again. You should see a message on your screen now asking you to unmute.
Hi, this is Danny Garavito, 51 Ledgewood Road, Reading. My question really comes down to the fact of, have we done any long-term investigation for using negative pressure or being able to do something within the schools that would allow us to be able to evacuate air on a daily basis, since we know that this is an aerosolized virus that we're dealing with? That's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you. S. Williams? S. Williams, you should see a message on your screen right now.
Yeah. Hi, yes, Sherry Williams, Riley Road in Easton. I've been here for 18 years. I have 3 children in the high school system. And I need to echo one thing that I've heard, I think a couple of times so far said by some of the parents, which is, if not now, when? Our numbers in the state seem to very much support children in the building. And so if we don't go to a full opening, then can anyone quantify for us what the numbers need to look like for a full opening? I think that's creating some of the level of frustration. So with the numbers being what they look like presently, low in Connecticut, if they don't support a full opening in some people's minds, what do they need to look like to support a full opening? So I think that creates a level of frustration. I know that from a personal level, with 3 children in high school, I work full time, my husband works full time. It forced us to completely shift our schedules and turn into almost full-time teachers and administrators ourselves. It's very difficult with 5 people in a household trying to fight for time in front of computers, time in terms of monitoring what is happening in the household. And so I think that there is still some level of hysteria happening, and we need to be mindful of the fact that children still need time in the classroom, and they need I mean, I think we have to get back to the fact that there are parents that still have to get back to work. And so with the state of Connecticut numbers, again, if not now, then really, what is the appropriate number? And so with those of us who need to work full time, I think we really need to give that full consideration. And then again, I think there needs to be advocates too for the children who really did suffer depression, and those of us who who have children who really did see dramatic decreases in grades and so forth. I mean, I just can't speak enough for the circumstances of children's grades who went down, and those who kind of checked out for the period of time. It would be kind of a detriment to children's educations to go through another period of lockdown when we saw kind of a decrease in education. And so I think that really needs to be taken under strong consideration. So I really want to advocate for a significant number of parents who sometimes I think whose voices I think are just not unfortunately loud enough, or I think are muted in these circumstances.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments. Thank you. John, who do we have next?
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Kristen, Krista, Neil, Laura, and then Amy and Dan.
All right, and then I'll just ask if we can, we'll stop at that point so we can get on. I think a lot of people's questions will be answered in the update.
Yeah.
It's coming later. So there will be more time for public comment at the end if we don't get to you, but we would like to get on to the rest of the agenda here. So if you can go ahead, and I think it's Kristen was the next one you said?
Correct.
Right, thank you.
Hi there. Hi, Kristen Anstead, 60 Wordleberry in Reading. I just have 2 quick questions. One of them is do you guys, or can you share, I'm sure you probably know, but can you share what the threshold is for a class and or the whole school to go to distant learning? So let's say a teacher comes positive or a student, or will the whole class, will the whole school go out? How potentially long people will be out. The next one is if I choose to keep my children home, not to pull them out of school for the homeschooling model, but to do the distance learning, is there any fluidity in my ability to put my child back in or take my child out? Is there any idea on what the support will look like from the school for children that choose to, or families that choose to keep their children home in a distance learning type model? Other than just go to the state hub and good luck. So those are
That'll
my
be
2
addressed.
questions.
That'll be addressed tonight, Kristen.
Yep.
Great, thanks, Chris.
Great, thank you. All right.
Okay.
Looks like-
I think Krista was up next.
She dropped.
You put her hand down. it
No,
looks
I
like.
put her hand down. Somebody
Yeah,
else.
so-
Yeah, I think but I found her. Krista?
Hello.
Yes,
Yeah,
hi.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I can't figure out how to put my video on, but I think
okay.
everyone can see me.
That's
I
all
think
right.
there's
You're
a
live.
picture,
Go
but-
ahead.
Okay, hi. So thank you everyone for everything you're doing. You know, I was kind of going back and forth if I was even going to say anything at this point, but I'm sure everyone's doing the best they could possibly do. We just ran into a very difficult situation with the special ed department, especially with Kara and Jen. I think we're kind of heading towards some type of resolution after my family had to hire an advocate to advocate for my son. And there's other families in Easton that are, you know, very upset too. So I was just asking if, and I know I had reached out to Dr. Pearson Bugle or Stephanie and had not heard back from her at all. Not a response from an email, anything. So it's just a little disappointing that there's not a little bit more transparency. And if there's one thing I could ask is, and just not even for special ed, just across the board, but I think there's more transparency and communication for the general ed. But when it comes to the special education, we have been emails not responded to, communication, lack of, and it's not the teams, it's not the special education teachers, it's not the people within, it's the two administrators. And I just really hope that they could pull it together because this is hard for everyone and we really need some communication. So I'm just asking for communication. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kristen.
Neil?
John Hayes next. Neil? Neil?
Yes,
Parker?
thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Cheers, team. I really just wanted to echo some of the words that have been said before and say that I'm incredibly impressed with the efforts and professionalism of the schools, the teachers and the board that have come forth this evening. In my own role, I've been involved in supporting a company opening, trying to create the safest environment possible, both in the city and in Connecticut. And I'm kind of blown away by your efforts this evening. I think we all understand that the measures in place are all aimed at mitigation, and we know nothing's going to be perfect at the moment because we don't know what the perfect solution is. And we also know that the moment kids leave school and they're either going to meet in the playground, the country clubs, beach, rec centres, we can't put you guys to blame, and we can't blame the schools because we know you can only do what you can do and you're trying your best in the current situation. With that, we have to understand that the majority of companies around the New Jersey, New York and Connecticut area have started to open. They haven't seen an uptake in cases because they understand that due to the mitigation measures they're putting in place, like you are, that they aren't seeing positive cases that have been caught within the home environment actually enter the corporate environment in the same way that I don't believe if we have positive cases caught by children in the home environment, they will necessarily transfer into the school environment. And lastly, I'd just echo the fact that this isn't a mandate. And I think we have to provide parents an option. And we have to provide parents the choice. And if they are comfortable and they do want to let their children come back to what is the new norm, we have to thank you for everything you've done. And we have to allow those parents and those children to make that decision for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura, and then Amy and Dan, and then I think we need to continue.
Yeah, and we'll cut there. And again, there will be time for public comment at the end. And again, it's comments, not questions, so we can't do a give and take on this portion of it, right? So hopefully, as we get to the reopening update, a lot of the questions will be answered that people have. So go ahead, Laura.
Hi, I'm Lara Fig. I'm at 345 Wilson Road in Easton. I just want to advocate for the hybrid opening model. I understand there are, of course, issues in terms of scheduling, but Connecticut numbers have been good, and it's because we have been cautious and slowly reopened. And I think the school system should follow suit and slowly reopen with a hybrid to allow basically half capacity to make sure that all of our mitigation strategies are working and are in place, and give staff and students time to adjust to that, and then potentially come back and reevaluate to make sure that we're sending the staff and students into the safest place possible.
I think Laura, you're breaking up a little bit. We're having a hard time hearing you. Laura, you're breaking up. So we'll go ahead and stop. It's a bit garbled.
Have a school experience. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Laura. All right.
And Amy and Dan.
Hi, I'm just following up on someone else's question. I believe in hospitals, it's not even possible to have the negative exhaust system for the entire hospital. That's why there are AFB rooms. And I did hear that there would be rooms next to the nurses that would be isolated, but will they be like AFB isolated exhaust rooms so that the air will not be circulating to the whoever may be in the nurse's office, or be recirculated through the rest of the school? That's one thing. And then the only other thing, I understand that the amount of virus in the area now is very, very low, and it does probably support reopening the schools. But if that is the case, why are we still only allowed 20 people at the Topstone Beach? Why are we not letting people into the library in large numbers? It can't be both ways, that we're really safe, but yet we're still, in a different world in some places, but we can go back to just small alterations in school. Just wondering if outdoors isn't even safe to have the number of people that we would have in school, how would the indoors be safe? Thank you. And thank you all for doing all of this and being here.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
All right, so we're gonna cut off the public comment at this point. And again, apologies if you didn't get a chance to speak. There will be more time again at the end for public comment. For those people that had questions, again, a lot of those questions I think will be answered in the upcoming discussion possible action item on the reopening. And we're also keeping notes on the questions. So if they aren't answered, we are collecting a frequently asked questions document that'll get published later. So we'll come back and look at those items if they aren't covered here this evening. All right, so with that, I'm going to move to item number 3, board member comment. So I'll just open it up to the boards. And again, board chairs, if you can help me look for any board members.
If board members want to use the raise hand function too, that would be helpful.
Yeah. Or flag us down.
Yeah.
I'm paging through. I don't see anybody.
Yeah, while we're waiting for folks, Todd, I would just say to the many members of the community who have joined us tonight, first, thank you for tuning in and participating in the process this evening. And second, as with everything to do with the COVID-19 pandemic, this is uncharted territory, and everybody is, working pretty much nonstop the best they can to solve this in the best way possible with the health and safety of everybody in mind. And just to ask for patience and understanding as we enter school in whatever model it is. It's going to be rocky for everybody, from childcare to employment relationships to students' social emotional learning to their academic health. So it's going to continue to be a partnership between parents, students, faculty, staff, administrators, and the community. So just keeping that in mind is going to be very important for the next few months.
All right, any other more board member comments? Okay, all right, so we're going to move on then to item 4, discussion and possible action. And just again, for the members of the public, we've got over 350 some people right now live on the channel here. So we will keep everybody muted through the discussion and possible action, and then there'll be time again for public comment at the end of this section. So the first item that we have is item A, appointment of superintendent. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Joe Arardi, who is our search, and also Randy Hicks and Chris Hocker, who were the chairs of our superintendent search committee.
Todd, thank you. And thank you to the Easton, the Reading, the Region 9 School Board, and the 330 community members who are part of tonight. What I'd like to be able to do is share with the virtual audience what has taken place since July 14th. On July 14th, there was a special meeting that was held. And the special meeting was the public opportunity for me to share the community profile. And that profile actually guided the entire process. The steering committee and then all 21 school board members worked very hard to make sure that the voices that represented that profile were brought forward to the candidates that were interviewed in the first round and in the final round. With that being said, on the 14th, a very, very lengthy, thorough, and professional meeting took place with the 9 members who represented the 21 members of your elected school board. I would like to just share for the virtual audience this evening, as Todd mentioned, Chris Hocker and Randy Hicks chaired the steering committee, and they were joined by Gretchen Goldstein, John Stinson, Heather Whaley, Chris Parkin, Todd Johnston, Mike D'Agostino, and Maureen Williams. The 9 steering committee members put in countless hours in the past 3 weeks. After reviewing 30+ applications, they determined that there would be 6 first-round candidates that were brought forward for further consideration. Each candidate on July 21 and July 22 in first-round interviews, each candidate was engaged for approximately 1 hour. And the engagement of the 6 candidates resulted in another lengthy discussion to determine your 3 finalists. I do want to share with you the background of those that did come forward. In your first round interviews, of the 6 candidates, 3 were assistant superintendents, 2 were sitting superintendents, and 1 was a building level leader. Moving forward into the final round of interviews, and to me, this is amazing. I think it speaks for Easton and Reading. Somehow, some way, all 21 school board members were active and participated in the conversation. And for 21 people to find a way to clear their calendar and all be present is amazing. At the close of the final interviews, all 21 school board members were part of a discussion. And the discussion really centered around the community profile, the needs of the Easton, Reading, and Region 9 district, and who they believed offered the integrity, the character, the intelligence, and a love for children to move forward. I'm pleased to share with you that in all aspects of this search, it was done with extraordinary integrity, it was done with confidentiality, and it was done where in both communities, I believe you should be incredibly proud of the work that has transpired, resulting in my belief of an icon in Connecticut who truly wants to be your next superintendent. It was a privilege for me to be selected to be your search consultant. For those that don't know, I served as a school superintendent for 20 years. I believe I know the business, and I believe that the action that will be forthcoming in the next few minutes is action that's going to be proof positive that the Eastern, Reading, and Region 9 school community will be in very strong hands for a very long period of time. So once again, I thank you. And I'd like to ask any of the 21 school board members if you have any questions at all for me before you move on the agenda. Todd, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arati, for all of your hard work and working with us and all the meetings that you've gone through and the legwork. We appreciate everything that you've done as part of our search process. All right. So Randy or Chris, any comments that you would like to share as chairs before we move on to motions?
I mean, I'll defer to Chris, but it was a challenging process. It seems like it was a long time ago. I think because we've all been without power or anything else for a half a dozen days. But Dr. Rardy was very helpful, and we're all very excited about our new superintendent.
Just to add a little bit of color to the process, I believe we had 29 completed applications, of which, as Dr. Arati suggested, I think there were 7 sitting superintendents, 7 principals, 7 assistant superintendents, a number of other central office administrators. Of that 29, virtually all of them were from Connecticut or from adjoining states. There are a couple from way outside, but very few. And so I think it's fair to say that ER9 is considered a good place to land. And it attracted a wide variety of people with a wide variety of skills. And I think we're pretty confident that having gone through the process that Dr. Arati explained, that a good choice has been made.
Okay, great.
Would one of the chairs of the steering committee like to introduce the candidate?
Sure.
Why don't we go ahead and introduce, if one of you two would like to introduce, and then we'll make some motions across the 3 boards to appoint the candidate as our superintendent.
Chris.
Vote on.
I would suggest that you take action before introduction.
Okay.
It's just a suggestion. You can,
I have a proposed motion. I can share my screen if you'd like.
Right, perfect.
All right. Why don't we do that, and then we'll get a motion across each of the boards.
Once my screen comes up, we would look for a motion that the Easton, Reading, and Region 9s each respectively, in accordance with Connecticut General Statutes 10-57, appoints Dr. Rydell Harrison to serve as superintendent of schools with an anticipated start date of August 27th, 2020. B, that the chair be authorized to execute the proposed contract between Dr. Harrison and the Easton, Reading, and Region 9 boards as joint employers, and C, that the personnel search committee's work, including the work of the steering committee, be deemed completed and the committee dissolved.
I'll make that motion for Reading.
Thank you. Heather, is there a second for Reading?
I will second that. Colleen.
Colleen, thank you.
Do we have a motion in Easton?
So moved.
Thank you, Gretchen. Do we have a second?
Second.
Was that Jenny? I think
Yep.
that was Jenny.
Yep.
Yes, thank you, Jenny.
All right, and for Region 9,
So moved.
it's Maureen. And a second, please.
Second, Karen.
Karen, thank you.
Just a clarification, Chris, it is section 10-157 as opposed to section 10-57, which is what you said orally, right?
Yeah, 10-157. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Otherwise, we'll call the question.
Well,
sorry, go ahead, Chris.
Oh, I was going to say it might be appropriate to, now that we've seen the name, Dr. Rydell Harrison, I'd be happy to give a very brief description of Dr. Harrison's credential.
All right. Go ahead. Thank you.
Dr. Rydell Harrison is currently the superintendent of schools in Watertown, Connecticut. He has about 22, 23 years of experience in education that led him very quickly to the assistant superintendency in one of the high-performing districts in North Carolina, the one that includes Chapel Hill. So his background as both a teacher, which happens to be his original field was music education, and then into the administrative realm in North Carolina. And a few years ago, he saw the opportunity to move his career forward and was selected as a superintendent in Watertown. In Connecticut, he's established himself not only in his current position, but also with the public school associations, such as the Association of Public School Superintendents, and as a figure of some note, very sought after to represent the issues on a statewide basis. So we feel very fortunate that he chose ER9 as his, I won't say next, hopefully final destination. And because his background, as well as his ability to articulate his positions during the interviews, made him a leading candidate from the very beginning. So that's my brief introduction for Dr. Rydell Harrison. And I believe after the formalities are done, he'll have a few things to say himself.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. All right. Any other board member comments?
I would just generally at this time thank Dr. Arardi for his work in guiding the process. Thank Randy and Chris for their work in keeping us on an extraordinarily ambitious schedule that has delivered a permanent superintendent in the midst of a pandemic over Zoom over the course of about 5 weeks. We weren't sure we'd be able to find a permanent superintendent. I don't think we have any doubt that we have. So thank you to them. Thank you to other members of the steering committee, and thank you to the 29 plus candidates who applied for the position and gave us a lot of work to do.
Yeah, it was an impossible task. And Dr. Arardi gave us a plan when we were looking for a consultant, and he presented as a tireless professional, an expert who's going to be flexible and make it happen. And he did. And I think we have an excellent candidate who we're all going to be very happy with.
Right.
Further discussion?
Let's call the question then. Start with Easton.
I think Reading started, but it matters.
Yeah.
Or sorry, it was. I'm sorry, Chris.
It
Reading
was Reading who
started.
Reading
First
started,
motion,
fine.
so, yeah, sorry.
All right. Heather,
Yes.
Colleen,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Stephanie, Steph,
She unmuted herself.
I'm looking for her now.
Okay, there. I wasn't allowed to unmute myself. I apologize. Yes.
and I vote yes. It is unanimous, and Dr. Harrison is appointed superintendent of Reading Public Schools.
I think you missed John.
But I got John.
Okay, sorry.
Easton, Randy,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Jenny,
Yes.
Devin,
Yes.
and Gretchen.
Yes.
I vote yes. And it's 6-0. The motion passes.
And for Region 9, I'll call the roll as well. Mary Lee,
Can't mute, unmute.
yes. Maureen,
Yes.
yep, thank you. All right, Karen,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
Gwen, Thumbs up. Great. Got it. All right. Juliet. Don't think she's on.
Todd, I think Juliet's out of town.
Yeah, I don't think she's on. Didn't
I
join.
don't see her.
Okay.
I
And
just-
then Todd, yes. So passes 7 and 1 abstain, or 1 no vote. So passes Dr. Harrison as our superintendent for Region 9 as well. And so next, if Dr. Harrison's on, would like ask him if he wouldn't mind saying a few words. If you can help me find him under the
He's
350
unmuted.
some screens
He's there.
on here. All
He's
right. Great. Dr. Harrison.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Fantastic. So I want to start by saying a huge thank you to Mr. Hicks and to Mr. Hawker and the entire steering committee for giving me this opportunity. I am incredibly excited to be the next superintendent, working with the community, both communities, Easton and Reading, and really getting to know the community, getting to know the students, and working collaboratively with the staff and with the teachers and leaders. This is such a great opportunity for me and for my family. We're excited. I always share that I think and lead as a parent first. So I'm the father of 5 children. I think that that's important to note because that's the lens that I bring to every decision that I make when it comes to being able to lead a district, particularly such a fine district as the 3 of yours. And what would I want for my own children, for my own sons? And they range from 7 all the way to 22. So I got a lot of references that I can make when thinking about what the right decision is. I'm just especially pleased to work with such a talented group of leaders and teachers in the district. Obviously, the reputation of all 3 districts precedes you, and it is a privilege to work with all of you, teachers and administrators and staff who are watching to this illustrious board, all 3 of them. It will take me some time to get used to putting an S on the end of the word Board of Education, so boards of education, but I'm excited to work with all of you. I felt like the interview process was rigorous. I appreciate the questions that you asked. It really showed your level of care and commitment to our students in this community and to the future that we see for where we're heading as a district. And then finally, I just want to say to any students who are watching or kind of tuned into the meeting or in this Zoom right now, that I have been incredibly impressed with your interest in your own learning, with your willingness to make your voices be heard, and that you are growing up in a community that is interested in hearing what you have to say. And I want to make this promise to you as your superintendent, that I will always listen to what you have to say and appreciate you taking ownership of your learning. And of all the partnerships that I'm looking forward to creating, partnering with the students is one of the things that I am most excited about. I know that this is a really tough time for all of us in the middle of a pandemic. I have had to stop myself and think, what are you doing? Changing jobs in the middle of a pandemic. But I have learned the lesson that many of us have learned over the last several months, and that is about the importance of strong leadership during really tough times. And so my commitment to you as a community, as a district, as students is that I will bring to you strong leadership that's committed to doing what's best for all of our students, our staff, and our families 100%. So thank you to all of you for giving me this opportunity, and I look forward to getting on board.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Look forward to working with you as well. Thank you, Dr. Harrison. All right, and now we'll move on to the next item on discussion and possible action. Item B, reopening update. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Pearson-Hugel for the next presentation.
share the presentation, but before we get going, I'd like to just welcome Dr. Harrison to Easton Reading and Region 9. I am so eager to begin working with you, and I look forward to a long and collaborative relationship leading the 3 districts together. So welcome aboard. And so with that, we will switch gears to the reopening update that we had hoped to provide to all last week. As you're all aware, the state asked us to prepare 3 complete models for reopening. And up until very recently, it was the expectation that all Connecticut districts plan to open fully in at 100%, with an option for parents to keep students at home. And the state is calling that the temporary learning from home. But in order to be compliant with the state expectations, we also prepared models for hybrid and full distance learning. And those 3 models were based on health data that would indicate a need to transition from fully in, which is still where we are as a state and more locally as a county, as well as hybrid for a slightly higher level of virus transmission, and then finally fully out in distance learning. I want to review just briefly the timeline of several. The state released the parameters for reopening across the state at the end of June. We had been working for several weeks to do research in all of the categories that you've now seen many times. But on June 29th, we needed to take that research and turn it into 3 different implementation plans. The state expected us to submit a district plan to the state, and we did that. We were able to meet all of the requirements. That said, there were still a number of questions that we had as district leaders, and also that many parents, and I'm sure those parents still have questions today about health data triggers, about modifications for some of our offerings, about exactly what the curriculum access would include for students learning from home. So there were still a number of open questions. On July 28th, the state announced that there would be new flexibility. So note that was 4 days after we submitted our plan. And at that time, we were told that we would have the option to reopen fully or to implement hybrid models. And the decisions that we select as local school districts did not need to be driven by health data. And this is a very important distinction. At that time, the state said that we could opt to bring all students fully back to school or transition to an all-in scenario or to open in hybrid. The state at this point is not allowing districts to select a district learning model that is fully out unless we appear at the State Department of Education and present a case that includes compelling reasons why we are unable to meet the state requirements, at least at the hybrid level. The next category here begins on July 27th and runs up to 5 o'clock this afternoon. The state has been releasing addenda that provide additional guidance to local school districts. And to date, that includes more information about temporary remote learning, otherwise known as temporarily learning from home, preschool guidelines, information about students with high needs, a decision-making model for changes due to health status, and interim guidance for how schools would respond to COVID-19 scenarios. Finally, and this latest action was delayed due to the storm, there was an expectation that districts inform the State Department of Education of our intention to return to school and select a model. So this evening, this slide includes a bit of a double message here. This evening, it is the administration's recommendation that we begin the school year in a hybrid model. And that model represents an opportunity for a diagnostic period of time when staff members may become accustomed to the new way of teaching and learning, and our students and families may do the same. And they can do so in a manner that would include up to 50% of our students in the buildings at any given time. So therefore, it would lower some of the anxiety. I know it does not erase the worries and the anxieties, but it does lower many of them because we would be coming back at up to 50%. And when I say up to 50%, it would still provide the option for families to say, I'm not comfortable with sending my child to school for any variety of personal family reasons, could be medical, could be otherwise, and therefore I would like to opt to keep my child at home. The second important message in this slide is that I am further recommending that we delay the start of the 2021 school year to begin the day after Labor Day. And there are a number of reasons for that request, mostly relating to the fact that so many have been without power for up to a full week. The loss of power and the storm of last week caused a number of issues. Some of our buildings sustained damage. All were without power. Only one of our 5 generators functioned as we had expected that they would. Deliveries that were expected, of course, could not arrive. Our custodians were unable to work for a period of time to continue their work to ready the buildings. And because most of us lost contact entirely, I was unable to continue conversations that are so important with our teachers associations related to what their work conditions will include moving into this year, and to do so in a collaborative nature. And that is so important to our work. Now that deliveries have started, our custodians in some cases need to assemble furniture. In other cases, vendors that had materials ready are now informing us that materials are not ready. And so while I want to say very clearly that it is possible for us to open on August 31st, as we originally stated, I am requesting that the board take action to delay the start of the school year to September 8th. And for the period of time from September 8th until October the 2nd, we would be in this transitional setup that will follow the hybrid schedule. On the slides that follow, we will describe the hybrid schedule in much greater detail by level. And I will also talk a little bit more about the temporarily learning from home option. Next slide. One of the documents that the state has released in the last 2 weeks includes indicators for learning models. So many families have written to say, how will you know what's safe? How will you make those decisions? So let me be very clear about what we have and what we don't have. We now have guidance from the state that provide metrics for triggering a change from one model to another based on the health status by county. So in Fairfield County each week. And this information, again, working collaboratively with our local departments of health, will inform any needed change between models as an entire district. What we are still waiting for, and we believe this information will arrive in the next several days, is the guidance that will tell us exactly the level of shutdown when a single person might test positive. So our reopening plan currently includes information that explains how a positive case will be treated in terms of exclusion from school, in terms of quarantine, and testing that families may or may not choose to do. So there is already a flow chart in our reopening plan. That flow chart will be updated because the latest state guidance that's been received is slightly different than what we had originally included. Next slide. Parents will have the option, whether we are fully in session or we are in a hybrid, to choose to keep their child at home. And that could be a selection for one child or all children. That is absolutely an individual choice, and we respect families' decisions on this entirely. During this time, students would be given access to curriculum and instruction, and that would include a number of different components. There will be some use of live video stream for portions of lessons. And that might look different depending on whether your child is in first grade or in 10th grade, but there will be use of live video stream. Each school will assemble materials for students to use at home. And that could include textbooks, workbooks, math materials, novels, you name it. But that would be assembled for parents to come and pick up and for students to have at home. Those students will also be fully included in electronic classrooms. All classrooms, K through 12, will use the Google Classroom platform in order to provide assignments, to receive completed assignments, etc. And of course, the level of support that might be needed for students and for parents will vary a little bit depending on the grade level, but that one common platform will be in place for all. For students in this option, there is the expectation that they participate daily unless they are ill. And the state does expect the district to create procedures to take attendance, and we will certainly do so. There's an expectation for work completion, and we will provide access to remote clubs if they are offered and when feasible. The final thing to note, and this question often comes up, is that this decision is not binding. A parent may say, I'm not ready yet to send my child into school, and then 2 weeks into the school year, feel a little bit more comfortable for any variety of reasons. So the decision is not binding. That said, because we want students to be, we want to be able to prepare buildings for any type of transition, and we need to update our transportation to be sure that the bus stops at the appropriate stops. We would need a little bit of time to turn that around. So from 5 to 10 days to opt into transportation participation. And I'm going to say about 3 days to change the in-person participation. I've heard parents ask how they would select this model. And I'm sorry to say, everyone, I am going to ask you to complete another survey. While I have the survey results from our last presentation, given the recommendation to open in hybrid, I think that represents a good likelihood that some parents might change their mind about the level of participation, so that survey will be necessary. And on that survey, parents may opt into the temporarily learning from home. After the school year begins, that decision will be made by contacting the school principal or head of school. Next slide. And now I'm going to ask Mrs. Hammond to provide some information about elementary scheduling.
Thank you, Stephanie. And hello to all of our Easton and Reading friends. The elementary scheduling that I'm going to speak of today pertains to both Easton and Reading, so both Samuel Staples and Reading Elementary School. This model is very similar to what we've heard up to this point. I know it was presented to you by your teams a couple weeks ago. So again, as we have stated, students with the last names of A to K would come into our buildings on Monday and Tuesday for in-person learning. And children with the last names of L ending in L, or the last name starting with L to Z would come in for in-person learning on Thursday and Friday. Some clarification, I know we've had some questions about, well, what do the L to Z students do on Monday and Tuesday? And I think Stephanie just really nicely highlighted that. There will be opportunities for this live streaming and this learning at home. So it's not that we don't expect the children to sit at home and be on their own for the entire time. The next, I'm going to talk quickly below about the rotating schedule, but the children will have an opportunity to see their teacher and be part of that process. And as similar to all the hybrid models that we've talked about this up to this point, all students would learn from home in a distance learning format on Wednesday morning in order to provide our staff an opportunity in the afternoon for professional development. Both Samuel Staples and Reading Elementary, we worked collaboratively to figure out how are we going to provide all of the children an opportunity to experience all of the fine and practical arts or specials. And so we have both come up with, for our own respective buildings, a 5-week rotating special schedule so that children will all have experiences within all of the fine and practical arts classes. You can go to the next slide so I can show a sample schedule. So for all of my Samuel Staples friends, bear with us based on the times here. The times that you'll see on our sample elementary hybrid schedule are in line with our current times at Reading Elementary School. So Samuel Staples, you will be having the same hours as you've had in the past for start and finish time. So this is just a sample, and thank you to our board member, Michael Hoffman, for allowing us to use his name as it very nicely fit into the A to K model for Monday and Tuesday. So this is a schedule that it would look like for Michael for Monday and Tuesday, as well as Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And hopefully it breaks down for you the opportunities that children are going to have to be together within their cohorts, to be engaged in what we continue to deem as essential, the social emotional learning component of the children's days, especially as they're coming back into this learning format that they have not been a part of since March. So that's going to be a really important part of our day as we welcome children back in and engage them in second step and other opportunities for community building. I did put hand washing in here because at the elementary level, it doesn't just take 20 seconds. If you imagine 20 seconds and about 20 children per classroom. So there are opportunities built in before and after snack, before and after lunch and recess. And if the children are going out for their for physical education, they would of course come in after that as well. For our fine and practical arts classes, the fine and practical arts teachers at this point for library, music, and art will be going into the children's classroom, and we're going to get children out as much as possible pending good weather for physical education. So a lot of parents asked, all right, that's great, but what does my child do on the other days when they're not with their teacher and their smaller cohort in the building? You will notice on Monday and Tuesday, we've broken out times for literacy, reading, writing, along with intervention. We have broken out times for math, science, and social studies, as well as math intervention. On the days that, so for example, Monday and Tuesday, while Michael is in school, his friends with last names of L to Z will be at home having the opportunity to watch the live streaming for those core content areas, literacy, math, and science social studies. So you'll notice specifically on Michael's schedule, Thursday and Friday, he will have distance learning at home. As Stephanie mentioned, we are all going to be using the Google Classroom platform. So there's consistency K-12. And there'll be opportunities built in throughout his day. So if you'll notice, watch live streaming complete independent work, that's in line with the literacy period. So the teachers at the various grade levels will have specific times where children can come in and watch that live lesson that the other half of their class is in person for. We built in opportunity for the kids, of course, to have their own lunch and take their own break. We hope they get a chance to be outside on their days at home as well. And then also during math and science social studies, having opportunities for the live streaming. The live streaming, as Stephanie mentioned, will be a shortened version of the lesson, most likely at the elementary level, the mini lesson. So after the mini lesson, the teacher would either turn off the camera or stop that part of the lesson. That would be that opportunity on Thursday and Friday, for example, here, that Michael would then step away from his computer, from the video, and complete his independent work that would be within Google Classroom. So the assignments would be provided in there that would align with the lessons that he and his classmates have watched. Wednesday, again, we go back to the same model that we have talked about through and through. This is again another opportunity for the children to follow the plans developed by the teacher. The activities will be on Google Classroom. And it also gives the teachers an opportunity to hold small group meetings that would vary week to week based on student need and based on where the teacher is at in his or her lessons. I do want to clarify, I know a question has been asked several times of us even tonight. If families choose the temporary learning at home option, if you take a look at Wednesday, Thursday, Friday on this particular schedule, that is ultimately what your child's schedule would look like at home. Your child would be provided the opportunity on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday to engage in the live streaming lessons that are taking place within the classroom at that time. And on Wednesday, your child with all the other children in his or her class would be part of the distance learning at home. So hopefully that clarified some of the questions that have still been lingering about what it would look like at the elementary level. And again, Samuel Staples, the times that you see here are based on our schools. So again, you know your start and stop time, so you can kind of get a gauge of what your day would look like for your children. Thank you.
So I have this slide because the middle and the high school have other challenges that I love looking at the elementary schedule, and we all have such unique needs in our building. So it's been wonderful to pair up with Phyllis and Sue to look at what are our needs at the high school level and at the middle school level. We were looking for a schedule that would allow the maximum content time with the teachers, since our students are rotating in different subjects. So the hybrid schedule transition to full model that we came up with allows for that regular contact between our teachers and our students. As you just heard Natalie explain, the emphasis on social and emotional learning is just as important at the middle and high school levels as it is at every other level in our school. So this would, the schedule that you will see, or schedules you will see, allow for that kind of contact to prepare our students, not just academically, but also socially and emotionally as well, with regular daily advisory group meetings. At the high school, we are working in lab rotations. So when we get to that schedule, we've been giving a lot of thought into how do we provide lab experiences for students when they're in person in a hybrid schedule. You can go to the next slide. And I think Sue Kaplan is taking this slide.
Thank you, Gina. That was tricky. I thought your schedule was coming up first, but there we have
You
it.
never know when we don't have control of the screen.
So this is a sample of one of the grades for Helen Keller Middle School. Each grade will be slightly altered to allow students to transition to classes at different times, to have different grades transition through the buildings at different times. We created longer instructional core academic class periods, realizing that things will have to leave time mostly for health and safety, for cleaning, for hand washing, and just being more deliberate as we invite children back into our school. We reduced the number of transitions in the course of a school day, and we also made the passing periods a little longer. So there's no rushing. Everyone can stay at a healthy, safe distance from each other and be healthy throughout the school day. The period at the beginning of the day is a little longer, as we're going to anticipate arrivals taking a little bit longer to get into the class, and also to really focus on community building and making sure and checking in with students' social emotional needs during that time. This is the same schedule that we presented at the July 27th Board of Ed meeting. And Stephanie will describe in a little bit later that we're going to offer a town meeting at the middle school level where we can answer a lot more detailed questions that parents may have. Thank you.
You're muted, Phyllis. You're still muted. There you go.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
I was muted by the host for some reason. Okay, so at John Reed, we created our schedule to try to keep things as normal as possible for students in this very abnormal environment. This is a regular school day. As our colleagues have mentioned, and we're very pleased to point out, look down to where it says period 3, where we have our academic intervention. We will also on a daily basis have home base, which is traditionally in the middle school called the advisory period. This is where we will have groups of students, small groups, touch base with an advisor. We think that's really essential during this environment, and we're pleased to have worked that in. We have mentioned earlier in our presentation to the Reading Board that we have moved lots of people around to keep our cohorts, which are our grade levels, as close to each other as possible to minimize movement throughout the building. Of course, that will have to take place for certain classes such as STEM. In those cases, we will stagger our times, our transition times between periods. That's basically all that I really wanted to emphasize about our schedule, and certainly these will be posted, and as questions arise, we certainly would welcome them from our parents and students. Thank you.
And then it's back to me at the high school level. So what you're seeing here, as those of you watching know, we run 3 different schedules at Joel Barlow High School, a black and a gold day, which are kind of our block schedules. The periods are much longer and only 4 of them meet. And then we have a schedule called a Falcon Day schedule. And what you're seeing in our transition to full hybrid is a Falcon Day schedule. Every period meets every day. Lunch is a little bit longer, and you will see that reflected here. We thought it was important to have shorter classes for several reasons. When we're having a longer period class, teachers teach differently. They may do simulations, they may do some large group discussions. If only half of the students are in front of you, as would be during a hybrid transition to full model, we thought a shorter class period would actually give more flexibility to students. As Dr. Pearson-Ugal mentioned before, this plan is not being implemented because of a spike in the virus. So we thought that even though there's more transition time in hallways for our students, it's half of the students moving in our hallways at a time. It actually works to the students' advantage in giving them a break and getting them used to being in a mask, knowing the hallway protocol. As you know from previous presentations, we're not using hallway lockers, so it would keep students moving from period to period and give them more of a transition time. You will see that dark gray is our advisory group. And again, that emphasis on social and emotional well-being of our students and our adults. And so using that period every day to have that time would be important. We will drop in lab periods. It would vary very much on who is going to be on an individual student schedule. So that will be communicated individually to our students. I'll draw your attention to our Wednesdays. Our students, we had polled them several times through distance learning. And if they had their druthers, we would be starting school at about, wasn't it, Dr. Pearson, you go like 2 p.m. for the high school and going until about midnight. And for most of our students, some were the early risers. They were the blueberry pancake makers, and it was wonderful. But on Wednesdays, we would actually start our office hours distance learning support at 9:30. So it's a little different from what you might see in some of the other schedules that you just saw. And so at 9:30, we would expect our students to start logging on small group discussions, questions, extra help, and those kinds of levels of support. So that's what the schedule would look like at the high school, and very similar to what you heard earlier, when your half of the alphabet is not in person, there'll be an expectation that you'll be logging in and live streaming for part, not the whole class, but for part of that time. And that will be communicated again to students and parents very clearly as to what those expectations would be. And that's the high school. Thank you.
So preschool, so we're going from our oldest learners to our youngest learners. We run a preschool program in both Easton and in Reading. So this really speaks to both districts. So preschool in a hybrid model will be all preschoolers, both regular education and special education, will be coming in 4 days. They'll be coming in on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. And there will not be any preschool being run on Wednesdays. On Wednesdays, kids who have IEPs will receive what we call case management from the special education teacher. So on Wednesday morning, special education teacher will connect with the families of the students with IEPs, either by telephone or using a digital platform. So on Wednesday afternoons, we would like to do curriculum planning where both Easton and Reading preschool teachers will come together to make sure that we have the scope and sequence, because preschool curriculum is changing. So we want to make sure that we have the right, we're moving at the right speed, at the right pace for our youngest learners. We would also be revisiting the weekly schedule in the mid-year to make sure that this is the right model for preschool. So at this point, I'm going to turn this over to Patty Roscoe.
Thank you, Jen. And actually, I want to start by saying I'm speaking on behalf of Michael DeStefano, the incoming Director of Special Education, who will be officially on board with the team on August 21st. So in the meantime, I've been holding down his spot with the committee. And if you could flip over to the next slide. Really, all I want to say for the special education, I know Jen has presented this previously. Many of our special ed students will do fine with the hybrid models and schedules that you have seen. However, we do realize that there are some students who will need more individualized schedules, which may include coming in every day. So that would be on their cohort in their non-cohort days as well. We would have to work very carefully to make sure that we didn't have any intermingling of the cohorts for the safety reasons. But the main thing that I would want to emphasize here is that this would be a really collaborative approach with the parents to determine who those students are, and with a lot of ongoing communication with them to make sure it's a schedule that works best for their student.
right. And from here, I want to share next steps and other details. As I mentioned earlier, we will send out a new survey to parents, and we ask that all parents please complete the survey. It will be the same questions, and return that information to us by Friday the 14th. So the survey will only be open for 3 days. If you have a question that still just really has not been answered fully enough in order to allow you as a parent to make a decision, please send an email to a building principal, to me at central office, pick up the phone. We're all at work. So we do want to help to answer questions that parents may have that will inform the decision that they make. And again, know that the decision is not forever binding. Certainly people can change their minds, but we do need to create the bus runs. So we need to get moving on that. We will continue the school-specific planning with teacher input. We very much want to re-engage our teachers in this process and continue with the much more specific curriculum planning using the evolving parameters that the state has been releasing on almost a daily basis. We have been working to create training videos, and the training videos are for staff and also for families, but they fall into a number of different categories. Some are health and safety related to how to put on and take off a mask, what the traffic flow will look like in the different buildings. But we also want to provide information about technology, and in particular, helping parents to better understand how to navigate the distance learning world of the Google Classroom and the use of various tech tools and resources. So for that, we will be setting up some live sessions as well as training videos. The live sessions, we are currently looking to provide those in the week prior to the start of the student school year. Additionally, we have scheduled a parent town hall meeting, 1 per level, and that will be an opportunity for parents to ask questions of building leaders, of central office leaders, and it will be more of a conversation than certainly a board meeting forum allows. We continue to work on the frequently asked question document. At my last glance, it had well over 300 questions, so we are certainly trying to consolidate into the different categories and post that information on our website so that parents will have that as a reference. We will also continue to update the official reopening plan to include the information that was shared this evening. Some have asked about opportunities for small group student orientation as well as orientation for new families. We absolutely want to plan those activities, and certainly families that are new to a district should contact the school, and the school building leadership team in collaboration with their office staff will schedule an opportunity for new students to take tours of the building. We will be providing student orientation at those points when a grade level is new to a building, and details will follow on that from each building. For those of you who are wondering about athletics, we will discuss that at the scheduled Region 9 Board of Education meeting next week. And finally, Joel Barlow has scheduled the Connecticut SAT for Wednesday, September 23rd. And Dr. Pinn, I think there's a little more information that was cut off on the slide. Is there something critical for people to know?
This is the Connecticut SAT that students receive vouchers for. We have heard that they have been shut out of SAT locations to take that test. So this is for our seniors only. If they have not yet used their voucher, grade 11 students will receive their free Connecticut SAT in March as scheduled. And that will be September 23rd. There'll be plenty of information coming, but for parents and students who've been concerned about that, we were able to provide that opportunity.
Thank you. And with that, we are pleased to take questions from board members.
And I think, I don't know if John and Chris, maybe if we do some motions on the plan and then get discussion started after we do some motions for each of the boards, maybe it'll be the most efficient way to handle discussion between all the board members.
Sure, I can share screen again if we want to go with the question on hybrid first and then discuss the calendar second.
Yes, let's separate the two items.
Yep.
Yep.
So again, for the board members, we'll need, we're looking for motions to approve the hybrid schedule. And we'll handle the calendar change, start of school as a separate motion. And let's get those on the.
So this is proposed language, because for the purpose of clarity, the superintendent has discretion as to what model to open the school with or to dictate at any time under the state guidelines. And so the motion here would be to endorse the superintendent's recommendation and also make clear that the board is not taking action to take away that right from the current or incoming superintendent as guidance might change. That's what the purpose of the draft language is. We're obviously open to any language.
All right, so again, for just a procedural thing, we'll need, if the boards are so inclined, each board to do a motion, second it, and then we can have discussion on and ask questions on the reopening plan. And then we'll handle the calendaring piece second.
I'll get started. I'll move it for Easton.
Thank you, Randy. Do I have a second?
Gretchen?
Thank you, Gretchen.
Somebody want to move it for Reading?
I will move it for Reading.
That was
Second.
Stephanie. Second, Mr. Hawker. Thank you.
And for Region 9,
This is Cheryl. I'll move it for Region 9.
thank you. And second,
I'll second.
so there's
Mary
Mary
Lee.
Lee. Thank you. All right. So we'll open it for discussion amongst the board members then.
I guess I'll start on the Easton side anyway. Stephanie, just I guess a little more of your thoughts and comments around the change to the hybrid. What did you see in the last, couple of weeks or what have you, that have you leaning this direction?
What I have heard from staff and parents alike is a lot of questions. A lot of questions about what will happen when we are back, worries about health conditions, which I'm not sure that I can take those worries away, certainly, but an interest to have an opportunity for time to ease in. So again, this is a period of time that would allow us to transition with fewer people in the building. So there are so many new procedures that we need to teach to our students that I wouldn't say we need to teach to our staff, but certainly that our staff needs to become comfortable with a very different way of teaching and learning in this environment. And it's doable. We are up to this challenge, but it will take time. And I believe strongly that a hybrid model with fewer people present will allow that learning to occur without such pressure of full occupancy from day one.
Just in teaching routines, especially for younger kids, doing it daily and often is obviously ideal. So in a hybrid model, if you're thinking of kindergartners or first graders, how would you expect to be able to teach routines in a way that will hold and not expect to just continue to reteach those same routines every other day? Like, it makes sense to keep the preschool kids in 4 days. Like, why are we not thinking that for like K2 or K3 for the consistency, for mental health reasons, academic reasons?
It's hard to answer that in a simple manner, Devin. I think there's so many variables, especially with our youngest learners. We are suggesting a different model for preschool, but for kindergarten and first graders, one of the questions that comes up over and over again is the difficulty that our youngest kids will have in maintaining a distance and keeping the masks on. And certainly the mask is the most important first layer of defense. But we do think with fewer students in the classroom, teachers will be able to provide more attention to the students with less sort of worry, I'll put it that way.
Could we take the statement off the screen just for a few minutes while folks are chiming in? Ah, there's everybody. Thanks, John.
Stephanie, can you help me understand when you say some use of live video streaming, are some teachers allowed to opt out? Are they all lessons all in? I'm just not really understanding that.
Sure. We are still working with our teachers associations in terms of what the expectations look like by level. But all teachers will be expected to use the live stream for synchronous learning. So it will not be an option to simply say no. But in terms of exactly what that will look like, so at the elementary level, it could be the mini lesson portion. I can't imagine it would be shorter than 15 minutes in a given lesson, but it could certainly be longer. Whereas at an upper level, it might be that the teacher is running some type of a Zoom meeting that includes breakout groups, and the teacher's computer directed only at the teacher might remain on and enable the teacher to somehow manage the breakout groups for the students who are present in the classroom as well as learning at home. And again, sort of that level of detail, again, I really want for our building leaders to be working with our teachers to develop those plans more fully. But the short answer to your question is it will be a common expectation for all.
Stephanie, I wanted to piggyback on some of the things that Devin mentioned, and also a couple of the questions that were brought up during public comment. I mean, our current numbers are, if I'm figuring this out correctly, about 4 times lower than the state parameters for full in-person. Like as Randy pointed out, that you shifted recently to. Sorry, I'm just distracted by a note being held up. Switch over to the hybrid idea. And I share some of Devin's concerns that we're asking for kids to make a gradual reentry, but concerned about this 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Because all those students are going to be in the building for 2, they're going to be home for 5, essentially, between the times that they're in the school. And so I would like to hear more about, if we're at such a low threshold right now, but not taking the opportunity of these low health numbers to go back full in person, are we really committed to making that move back to full instruction in person in October? And what specifically, other items specifically that having fewer students in the building is a benefit?
So I will answer the first part, and then I'll ask for our building leaders to chime in with the more specific building level detail about what the time will allow. We are committed fully as of today, the 11th of August, to coming back fully. We will be guided by possibly changing health data. So we want to make a decision with health and safety in mind. And the recommendation for hybrid is to provide a slow phase in for the new way of being. It is not because of a health reason. So as we get close to the end of September, of course, there's going to be a very regular check-in with our local departments of health to decide together about what the numbers look like and whether we are able to open fully. But it is currently the intent to be fully in session in October.
I think my concern is that perhaps with the hybrid model, we're missing the opportunity for as much reintroduction of students and teachers to one another and to laying a foundation for the rest of the year with this sort of trickle-in approach. I don't have a crystal ball. I'm not a medical scientist, but I think the likelihood that the numbers are going to trend downward following reopening is probably less than it is the reverse, that we're going to have the opportunity to go back full in. So if I had my druthers, I would rather, I fully support the delay till after Labor Day, but I would rather see us give our students and teachers as much contact time as possible in as consistent and regular a way as possible, as long as possible, before, you know, we're faced with a situation where we maybe have to return to a full distance model.
Yeah, I hear your concern. One of the things that one of our teacher leaders mentioned was allowing time for them to teach the students how to exist in a virtual classroom. And so in particular, the Wednesday morning time allows the teacher to teach the whole class in that virtual setup. And some of the teachers felt strongly that this is something that really requires teaching, that we all learn from the spring, that when we attempt to do a 180 in the way that we teach and in the way that we learn, it's very abrupt, very, very abrupt in a way that is not necessarily positive. So that is one of the reasons for the Wednesday morning time. But I'm going to ask if any of the building leaders want to talk a little bit more about some of the protocols and what that time would allow for each building.
So this is Natalie from Reading Elementary. I have been thinking so much as these questions are asked, and I absolutely hear where they're coming from. They're coming from a great place of caring for our education, so thank you. I think of the 500 children in my building, ages 3 to 9, and I think of how I'm going to do my best job in supporting my staff and getting children in and out of that building with these brand new protocols and safety measures. When I'm talking to 5, 6, and 7-year-olds about maintaining social distance and ensuring these things, that we are making sure we're doing them when we go out. We all, when we're going to the store, we're wearing masks. I went and got my haircut. They take your temperature. They're putting a separate gown on you. For us to do that with 500 children from the get-go versus having this, as Stephanie's mentioned, this slow reentry that, as she stated, is really going to give us time for children to understand why we're doing it. I don't want there to be worry and angst on those first days where stay away, separate, 6 feet apart. And when we have half of the children there, I think we are going to be so much better at being able to communicate in an effective way with that smaller group of children, as we are truly, as Stephanie said, teaching them and working with them. And for some of these children, 103 to be exact in my building, brand new children to kindergarten who may have never seen a school building this size before. So I think that's from my perspective at the elementary level. Thank you.
I see it a little bit differently, Jenny. You know, I think under the best of circumstances, when we start school, there's always a certain amount of anxiety that's shared for students. I think it's largely excitement, but it certainly manifests in some degree of anxiety for students and teachers alike. And I think that when you have a smaller group of kids and a teacher who's responsible for just half the class, I think what goes with that is a sense of calm. And if the children are going to learn a variety of protocols, from putting on masks to standing in line to learning what the number 2 is for kids waiting to use the restroom, I think the best of circumstances is for kids to be able to listen to the teacher in a very calm way and practice those protocols in a small, friendly, less stressful environment. I think that's going to serve the kids well. I also think that when they're learning about the technology, that was a big concern that we had when we were thrown into this last March, is there was never an intimate time for the kids to learn how to get on, to navigate through these digital tools in a personal manner. And we are a human business, and here's an opportunity for the teachers to personalize that kind of instruction for their students. And then lastly, I think it's going to do wonders for building a relationship, which is priceless.
Thank you both very much. Is that instructional piece that you were referring to about the distance learning and the use of technology with the kids would solely be on Wednesdays? Are you expecting or anticipating teachers to be doing some of that with their smaller cohorts on the Monday, Tuesday, and on the Thursday, Friday? I guess I'm just wondering how, if it is going to be, if that would be on the Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday, Friday, how that would work with sort of the live streaming and, you know, the switching back and forth with some kids at home.
Yeah, I would say we're still working out the details of that, Jenny, but frankly, my preference is that especially for our elementary students, that they not spend every single day of the week in front of a screen. So I would really rather the days that they're in school, that the screens stay at home.
Has there been any thought to looping teachers in the elementary school so like a first grader keeps their same teacher from first grade so they have a strong relationship and in grades that it's possible, or with students that it's possible?
That is certainly something that we've discussed. It's not something that's in place across the board, but I think we have at least one setup that will provide a looping arrangement.
And can you tell us a little bit more about what the live streaming would look like, how much interaction there will be for students who are in the remote learning side?
You know, this is something that we are trying to develop with the participation of our teachers. So at this point, I mean, I can tell you that we are definitely going to be providing live streaming, and that the actual model will probably vary from, in terms of whether it's a Zoom meeting or just a camera that's being set up on just the teacher. That will vary a little bit from level to level, and possibly at the high school level, even department by department. But we will communicate those details, I would say, more fully in the next couple of weeks as we run the parent evenings.
Just real briefly, just trying to get a sense of, for the initial survey, when the districts had no choice and the state was mandating all in, was there a sense, generally speaking, from the survey respondents, i.e. across all K through 12 and specifically for each school? In other words, did the high school families say, no, we want all in mostly, and K through 8 said no? Or, you know, was there any kind of sense of consensus across our communities?
So at the time that we closed this survey, we had, across both elementary schools, approximately 75% of families intended to send the students in. About 24%, a little bit more, said that they would participate in temporary learning from home, and then a small number for homeschooling. At the middle school level, the percent is higher to send students in. It's closer to 88%. And then around 11% temporary, and again, just a few in the homeschool category. And then at the high school, it's the highest number of sending in, close to 90%, with around 7% and 2% in the other categories.
And then what's that, since there is discretion of the administration to decide, right, and it's more of the boards are just acting in an advisory capacity, what's and it sounds like we do have the ability, as health conditions change, we do have the ability to change again, but what's to then perhaps use this next survey to get that consensus, since we have the flexibility anyway? I mean, we know we have the certainty at least of the recommendation, right? So
Sure.
Parents are looking for certainty, we have that, but give us more feedback and tell us if you change your mind again.
Well, so at this point, we need to create our bus runs. So we need to create our bus runs, and we need to set up the classrooms with the appropriate amount of furniture. And we need to determine if any of the classrooms that are currently drafted are going to be completely out of balance, in which case we might slightly adjust them. We really don't want to adjust the classrooms over the course of the year, even if parents change their minds. So we're going to try and begin in a setup that's as balanced as possible. But that's the reason for the second survey. It's just our planning needs to really be finalized at this point.
Okay, thanks.
Stephanie, to speak to the comments earlier about kind of, if not full in person now, when, based on the health metrics. For clarity, do I fully understand that the proposal is that this is a diagnostic style hybrid model for the first 4 weeks, with the expectation that if we wake up 4 weeks from now with the health data where it is right now, we're pivoting into a full open at that point would be the expectation.
Yes, that is absolutely correct.
Can I want to say why I support beginning with this hybrid plan. I think, and Jenny, this sort of speaks to a little bit of what you were saying from a different perspective, though. I think that we wasted a lot of time, well, not we personally, but everybody had to waste a lot of time planning strictly for a fully in-person reopening when we all know that at some point, most likely, we're going to have to flip into full distance learning again. And we all know that there was a huge discrepancy between the efficacy of distance learning, where some teachers just jumped right in and got it, and it was great, and some just didn't. So I wish that we had spent a little more time planning on beefing up our distance learning capacity. And it's great, we're going to teach parents how to use it, but frankly, a lot of the teachers need to be learning how to use it, and that's not going to happen. So I think that if we were just fully reopening in person, we would just be kicking that can down the road more. And if teachers know, hey, I'm going to have to be doing distance learning at some point, I'm going to have to figure out how to use this equipment, then they'd be more likely to make it happen.
Heather, I would fully support Wednesdays off. I just think this 2 days in, 2 days out, 2 days in, 5 days off model is just not good for kids. I understand the small cohort issue. I have concerns about the split, not the split in the alphabet for, friends not being together, but the kids who are going to go on Thursday and Friday and are fatigued from being home for the first half of the week. I have concerns about the kids who are in 2 days in the beginning and then trying to re-engage them after a Wednesday of distance learning back to Thursday, Friday. I just think there are inherent issues with the model, and I realize there's still time to plan for them that I hope we'll address. The live streaming definitely gives me pause. I'm struggling to see kind of how that coordination is going to be meaningful for kids at home. And I'm also concerned about parents with those 3 days, that chunk of time where they're trying to manage childcare and the expectation that there are these opportunities for their children to be engaged in live stream, both in the morning, late morning, and then again in the afternoon. It could be a great Aunt Susan who comes over and is trying to manage this with kids. I don't know. I definitely have some concerns, and I hope that we'll get continuous updates about how Stephanie and the faculty and our administrators plan to address some of those logistical concerns, especially for the youngest kids. I think this is a much more doable model for our middle school and high school kids who are more independent.
I was going to hold this until we got to the calendar, but it really ties into what both Jenny and Heather are discussing here. And what is our plan with staff from the end of August through this proposed September 8th date?
So just as we had recommended at the last meeting, in Easton and Reading, the teachers will have 5 days prior to the start of the school year for training and for curriculum work. And then that curriculum revision work to prepare for distance learning will continue every Wednesday afternoon. In Region 9, they will have 4 days prior to the start of the school year. So the plan is the same as it was. It just begins slightly later.
We're not adding to it with this additional proposed 2 weeks.
The number of teacher days in the entire year remains the same because our calendar will run out longer in June. So we're not adding days to the teacher contract. No.
Okay, since we're just jumping in here, I have a bunch of questions, so I'll just fire them all. First, procedurally, I guess I'm okay with it, but I don't know that it's necessary that the board votes to endorse the plan that the superintendent designates through their own power. So I don't, but I'm happy to vote for it. I'm not sure it's procedurally appropriate. But moving on, we should all be aware that the reason that the numbers in Connecticut and in this area are so low is because we are doing what the health experts recommend, and we are socially distancing, and we are quarantining ourselves. It is not something magical that's happening here in Connecticut. It is because we are intelligent people and we are following the guidelines. That's the first thing for us to understand. We all want to be back in school full time. We all want to be back to normal. I want to see people and interact with people again. I think we all want to get there, but we also have to be mindful that this pandemic is ongoing and that there is a predicted second wave. And I agree with Heather that I wish we had spent a little more time on perfecting and enhancing our distance learning model for the time when we are forced to go into that model again. That's number one. Secondly, hallways that are 6 or 7 feet apart maximum, and that's most of them. Some of the ones in the high school are a little wider in areas where, like the auditorium, and other places are. But putting a tape line down the middle still doesn't get you probably doesn't even get you 3 feet apart when students are walking both ways and staff members are walking both ways. So I had asked this previously, and I will address it once again, which is that, are there plans for staggering student and staff traffic in the hallways so that we can comply with the guidelines rather than just ringing the bell and everybody go as normal? Because that would be a concern for me moving forward. Finally, I guess on this, because I do have questions relating to the calendar and how that works out in the end and all that, but we can address that with the calendar. But when I see PD for staff on Wednesdays, I'm assuming that the PD for the staff on Wednesdays is remote, because it was my understanding that the whole theory behind the hybrid model was 2 days for students, deep cleaning of the building, 2 days of students, deep cleaning of the building. And I'm wondering how you do a deep cleaning of the building with, I don't know how many staff members are at Barlow, but let me just say there's a lot. So how do you do that while the staff is there, unless you're gonna have, you can't bunch them in the cafeteria and do us, because you're breaking social distancing that way. Is there a plan, and is there some sort of, am I missing it? Is it remote, the professional development, just so that I can better understand how we're going to best clean these buildings and be ready for the next wave of students to enter?
So let's begin with the hallway passing. I think you heard in some of the schedules that the times that students will move through the building is being staggered. When it's not being staggered at 50%, what we are told by our nursing coordinator and through our medical advisors, that what's considered a transient quick passing well under 15 minutes in duration should not be of great concern. It's considered very much a low risk activity when all parties are masked. So students moving through a hallway, again, being told to maintain a certain distance, moving, fewer than 5 minutes, as we are told, does not represent a risk that would prevent us from taking part in that activity. I'm going to move on to your question about professional development. The hybrid model that is described in the reopening plan that was shared last month includes a hybrid model that is triggered by a higher transmission rate of the virus and health data. So the cleaning of the building that would occur on Wednesday with no one being present is again at a higher level of concern about health. So we are working with our teachers on this, but at this point, there's really no reason why staff would be unable to come in and run distance learning with their students in the morning and work with one another in the afternoon in person, potentially in a larger space, or remotely using the avenues that everyone has become accustomed to using. I will not say that that's set in stone, but based on the current health data, there's no reason why staff should not be able to report to work for 5 days a week.
So based on the current medical data, it's no longer necessary to do the deep clean of the buildings that was planned when the numbers were at higher levels.
There are two different kinds of cleaning. There's regular cleaning, and anyone could participate in regular cleaning, our custodial staff, students if they chose to, staff if they chose to. And then there's disinfecting. And the disinfecting is something that only a staff member, a custodian would do. So in terms of the actual plans to clean the building, that is something that could take place on Wednesdays, even with staff in the building, if that is ultimately what we do.
I think Mike is raising his hand.
Hey, Stephanie, I wonder if you could review the numbers from the previous survey for me real quick. The percentages of parents that fully supported a fully reopened. I think you said 75% at the elementary school level?
Yes. So at the elementary school level, it was approximately 75%. At the middle school level, it was approximately 88%. And at the high school level, it was approximately 90%.
And those
based on it, and let me just add though, that doesn't represent 100% of families. There were many, many parents who told me or told building principals that they would not complete the survey because they did not feel that they had adequate information. Because again, with the very regular communications from the State Department, with the parameters have been unfolding.
So follow up, I think you said there were two categories of folks that would prefer to learn at home, like it was homeschool, like I'm not gonna enroll anymore, versus distance learning. Was there a further question that asked why? The reason why I'm asking that is because I know of 6 children in this district that are going to be homeschooling, not because of fear of the virus, because they don't want to send their kids to school with masks. So I was just wondering if there was any question about why they were choosing to keep their children home from school.
No, we did not have a short answer portion to this survey. And it would be hard for me to infer based on the small number of parents that I spoke to directly, but I did have a number of phone conversations with different parents struggling with that decision. Sometimes it was because of the health of a member of the family. Sometimes it had to do with a parent's work schedule and the difficulty of participating within the typical school day schedule. But I'm sure there are many more reasons that I'm not capturing.
Finally, Todd, I wonder if you would consider, before we do vote to endorse or not endorse, I wonder if you consider another public comment session on this. I think it's a really important issue. And seeing as there was an overwhelming majority of parents that supported a fully reopening, and we're getting ready to vote on whether to go to a hybrid, I think it would make sense to have some public comment on that.
So,
Chris, you're muted.
yeah, Chris Parker, you're muted.
Volume's down or something.
Are you back? Yeah, I heard something a second ago.
No,
Muted.
You're back.
There we go. The survey didn't ask, do you support a full reopen? The survey
right.
asked, will you send your kid?
Right.
The choices are, you're going to send your child full reopen or you're going to distance learn. Not, do you support a full reopen? I can think of a lot of reasons why somebody would not support a full reopen, but would still say, I'm sending my child.
Right.
And so I don't think it's fair to interpret the survey data as being an overwhelming majority in favor of a full reopening.
Right.
And anyway, it's a majority of people who actually answered the survey, which is
Right.
what percentage of families actually answered the survey?
Exactly.
Do we know?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that was a question for me. I don't have that information in front of me. I know that I did ask the question of my assistant about a week ago, and it's over 50%, but it's under 100%. I just don't have that information to share right now.
Yeah, and overwhelmingly, the people who are cautious about the sort of proceeding, about sending their students about an in-person approach, are the least likely to respond. So the survey itself is skewed heavily towards people who don't have a problem.
I'm not
Oh,
sure I would
I-
make that
I
conclusion.
don't know where you
But
get-
can I ask a question, Stephanie? One more question, sorry. The timing between September 8th and October 2nd, is there any, do you have a rationale? Could it be shorter, 2 weeks, let's say, or do you think the full 4 weeks is necessary?
The state allows us to do it for up to 4 weeks, the transition to full. I believe that 4 weeks is a necessary period of time. That's just my honest opinion about that, for the reasons that we heard both of our elementary school principals describe, in addition to what I shared.
Okay.
I think with 2 weeks, that would be 4 days in person for the cohorts, right?
What is being done? I think there's been a lot of talk about kind of this confusion around remote learning, or how it wasn't as effective in the spring. As we think about going into a hybrid model with, half of the kids being in remote learning, or 100% of the kids being in remote learning 1 day a week, and half of the kids being in it 2 days a week, what is the plan to improve that in terms of family communication, expectations for turning assignments in, communication with families if kids are not meeting expectations, et cetera?
Yes, all of those things. So we're looking forward to having our teachers back on board so that we can do that work with them as a full group. So over the summer time, of course, we can't require teachers to participate. Some of our content leaders, instructional leaders, and department chairs at the high school level, and specialists at the elementary and middle school level have been involved in curriculum work that provides more sort of general guidance to grade level teams to help them to transition from in-person to distance by recommending different resources, by providing bullet points of this is what you will need to adjust if this moves from in-person to distance. And I asked them to begin that work towards the end of last year, thinking about the first few units of study. So some of that has been drafted by our content specialists, but again, until all the teachers are fully engaged in that work, it really won't come to life. And so that's why in part, we hope to take advantage of the additional time being allowed by the state, the additional 3 days, and then again, the regular Wednesday afternoon time.
So this is Colleen. I'm concerned that there's going to be scientists that are going to listen to what I'm about to say and prove me wrong. I'm a mom, most importantly. I'm not a scientist. But if we are anticipating that numbers will increase because we open schools, that's an indication to me that we should open slowly. Now, I have a different perspective than a lot of people. I don't think I'm coming from a place of hysteria. At this point, I have had family members die. I've had family members hospitalized. I've seen children who are sick, and I have family in Italy. So it's, I think I have a more cautious perspective, although I don't feel hysterical, that we have our most precious resource in our hands right now. And I think if we can get teachers to support this, I think that's a big piece of this puzzle. If we can get them to support this and we can go about it slowly, I think it is the least worst option available to us because the future is unknowable at this time. And it's of most importance to me that we protect the safety and health of our students. I think that's the number one thing that we are tasked with doing. And I trust in the experts that have presented their plan to me tonight. And I support it. I don't even know if my family will take advantage of it. We might do the home learning full stop. I don't know. I have older, like my mom is in her 70s and stuff. We have health things going on, but I still support the expertise and the advice for the public that this is how we should proceed and move forward.
I agree with Colleen and Mike. I think we are at the low numbers we are right now because we have been smart. And I don't think it's time to risk our students. And you know, my kids are older, so I'm not even speaking for my kids right now. My kids are in college. We need to protect them first. You know, clearly I'm a big public school advocate. I went to public schools, I taught public schools. I'm now on the Board of Education for the high school. I think going in slowly makes so much sense.
I have to chime in and say that as well. I don't have kids in the schools presently, but we need a long ramp for this process. And this is a devised long ramp. We need to go in slowly and carefully and thoughtfully with the ability to maybe move the ramp up. Maybe we'll find we want to shorten it, but I really think health and safety comes first here.
Stephanie, do we know what other districts are doing in the state, how this lays out as a percentage?
Yes, I now participate in very regular meetings of area superintendents, and I don't know of any area district that's planning to open fully in session. So there are different versions of the hybrid model that are being implemented in our area. And certainly there was an attempt with the Western Connecticut group to get everyone on the same model to support families, to support our teachers. But once you cross into the lower Fairfield County group, that's no longer the case. Sometimes the distance learning day is on Monday, sometimes it's on Friday, but I don't know of anyone who's opening fully. I could be wrong on that, but the vast majority are planning something that is similar to what I've described. In some cases, easing people in with half days for the first week, or in some cases a little bit longer, but then ultimately transitioning after the first month into a full, if possible. There are some districts, I believe Greenwich is an example, where the high school will remain in hybrid.
This is Colleen again. I had one other point I wanted to make. I also like the idea, especially for the older generation that will be most greatly impacted if our numbers start to increase, is that it buys a little time to get us closer towards a treatment or a vaccine. I'm probably over-informed. I probably read too many articles, but I am optimistic that they are moving forward towards a solution to help protect our seniors. But I think also as a community, if we can buy them a little time and keep our numbers lower, this is anticipating that there would be an increase if we open schools. I also think that's just a wise community decision to just buy us a little bit more time for from the treatment point of view or the vaccine point of view.
I too support hybrid. I support hybrid from the beginning for a lot of the reasons that folks described. The one thing I'm trying to understand, so perhaps help me understand, other than, you know, we lost the week from the storm, what if the teachers are having professional development, the same amount of professional development prior to the start of the school year to help prepare for kids partially distance learning, right? Presumably that would be harder to learn or try to figure out what to do than if we were to go all in. So what's the benefit of for that learning to make the distance learning component more consistent across all grades, throughout each classroom, depending on subject? Because that's the one thing that as a district from a high school perspective, I'd like to have to see what we could build on from having been thrown into this from the spring. I think there's a lot we could take advantage. So I'm trying to understand what the week delay, how the week delay will help that distance learning component be better.
Well, it will help in a number of ways. I mean, we lost a week basically of communication, not to mention the readying of the facilities. So I'm still waiting for guidance on music and PE modifications in terms of planning for that instruction. So I have been waiting to provide the invitation to teachers to participate in summer curriculum work in that area. At this point, teachers are scheduled to come back in about 2 weeks. So the additional time allows the building principals to collaborate with teachers who want to be a part of the scheduling, planning, the curriculum work, et cetera, before everyone is expected to be fully back. And of course, we're going to plan that in terms of the training. The difference too is that in the 1 month hybrid, every Wednesday afternoon includes time for that curriculum work, whereas fully in session, it's every other Wednesday.
Yeah, but I'm going to piggyback on Cheryl. I'm not sure that I heard many complaints about the music and PE aspect of distance learning. I think there was some disappointment and you know, there were some who were very much pleased with it, but there was a certain level of disappointment in the level of instruction in some of the classes. And so how have we worked to enhance that model? And how will this 1 week benefit those programs to try and enhance the experience for our students?
Well, 1 week will allow 1 week of additional time for me to work with our Teachers Association leadership teams to talk about the changes ahead. And honestly, that conversation was put on hold for a week.
If we split the question between the hybrid and the calendar, can we keep the discussion split between them just to kind of resolve it as easily as possible?
I'm happy. It got thrown into the mix. So
I know, and I'm trying to just sort of avoid creating more of a mess on the current question than is necessary.
Staying on the hybrid, can you speak a little bit about protocol when there are COVID cases and how the expertise of our local health officials will factor in, or whether it's based solely on recommendations from an analysis from the state, from their data, or how that works out? Is there a collaboration between all the districts? So I'm just, wondering if one district has 3 cases, how does that affect all the districts, and what is that criteria that's going to be used?
I'm not sure I have the sort of black and white answer that you're looking for, but I can tell you that the guidance that's been released from the state so far includes health data that is by county. So it's a weekly review of new cases and then the total number of cases by county. In terms of the sort of the decision-making that will occur if there's a positive case, that's a collaboration with our local health department in terms of contact tracing and then the decision to close. The state has told us that they will release more guidance on this topic, but we do not have that yet.
So we're basically obligated to follow whatever protocols the state has in place, because under the scenario you just said, I'm envisioning, and I'm going to get myself in trouble with my Westport friends, but you know, a big party in Westport and 12 students come down with COVID, and it throws the numbers of the whole county, and it really is not reflective of other areas. It's reflective of one event. So that's where I kind of take issue with that approach.
And as I said, this is not we are not doctors, and we're not specialists in diseases. So I have been meeting regularly with our medical advisors, and we will continue to work in collaboration. In terms of the expectation to follow the state guidance, we're expected to follow anything that's stated as a requirement. And when the state provides just general guidance, well, then in that case, the district can make their own decision.
As I've read the guidance from the state, it's a mix of indicators, and then it's sort of an art as to the extent to which you rely upon it to make decisions. And so no one indicator is going to automatically force a change in model, and that's where the discretion of the administration kind of kicks in.
So do we have discretion?
I think we have the discretion to the extent that we are not putting on the hat of someone who's a medical expert. I honestly, I think we have to be so careful here.
I would hope we wouldn't. Yeah.
Well, but this is what I mean about working in close collaboration with both the health department and our medical advisors.
Right. But I think in your hypothetical, Mike, if you take it to an extreme and you say in the southwest corner of Greenwich, there are 15 cases of people who haven't left the southwest corner of Greenwich, and that skews the numbers for all Fairfield County. I think that's a different situation than you wake up and there are 10 cases in each of the towns that surround us.
Oh, without a doubt.
Right. And I think that the guidance, even on a county-wide basis, is designed to give you that flexibility. It's cases per 10,000. And so if you limited it to just this community in Reading, that would be one case would throw you one way or the other.
Right. I guess my question was more who evaluates all of that data and how does that affect us?
I think given that the superintendent is ultimately empowered with making the decision as to which model to employ, it will be the superintendent in conversation with the medical advisors and in all likelihood in conversation with the area superintendents as they continue to be in regular communication about these things.
Okay. So that's what I was looking for. That
I don't think it's bright. I don't think it's big, bright lines, for better or for worse.
There was an earlier question about what are the other districts doing, and I'm looking at the survey response from August 6th from the Connecticut Association of School Superintendents. It looks like 43% of primary level schools are going to open fully in person. 33% of the middle school level fully in person, and another 44% for high school fully in person.
Is that in this area, Mike, or is that across the whole state?
This is statewide, and in this area, I did see most of the towns in Fairfield County did not respond, or at least Durgay that did not respond, including us. But I do see that Greenwich is opening fully in person for primary and middle. They're going hybrid for the high school. I see that Norwalk is opening fully in person for primary, hybrid for middle and high school, and Ridgefield is fully in person for primary and middle, hybrid for the high school.
It is not correct.
Yeah, I have very regular communication with the superintendent. So as of this morning, one of those superintendents told me something different than that.
Yeah.
And I will say that as state guidance is released, people are making decisions on a daily basis that are quite significant in terms of changes to the plan.
That date is 5 days old from the 6th.
Yeah, but she's telling you that it's not right. She's
right. And Heather, I'm saying correct. They may have changed their mind from the 6th until today.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very
based upon the numbers in Connecticut getting better.
I've heard that some districts are opening their elementary schools full time, but using the middle school buildings as well, or the high school buildings as well. Or some are doing staggered start times. We can't do that.
So time check.
Right, we still have the calendar discussion. So do we have more questions, more discussion on the hybrid model? We have motions by each of the boards. If we want to call a question
Just
on
a-
that, we can discuss.
A comment, Todd. I am generally in supportive of the proposal for effectively 4 reasons. The first is that it assumes that it is a transitional model to a full open, which gives me comfort in the fact that we are not going to be sitting here saying that the health data needs to get better to full open, because I don't think that's realistically going to happen anytime soon. The second reason that I'm supportive of this, it is because it is the recommendation of our administration. I haven't heard any pause from any of the administrators who have chimed in on this as to suggesting that this would be not the direction they would be in favor of moving. The third is that it allows our entire school community to understand how to function in a hybrid model. So if and when we have to pivot for public health reasons to a hybrid model, it is not a scramble like we had a scramble in the spring to go to distance learning. It becomes a habit that already exists that we fall back to. And fourth is that in the data I have seen and the other board chairs I have spoken to, it is the growing sense that Fairfield County districts and districts throughout the state and our peer communities are all moving towards this model of a Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Wednesday is the open day model. And I think that that is a fourth piece of persuasion to me that it is a worthwhile endeavor for the first 4 weeks of the academic year.
Can I give you a fifth?
Sure.
I agree with, and particularly, I think your point number one about this being a transitional model that assumes a full opening is a really important one. That, you know, what people want is some sense of certainty what is going to happen. And it may not be perfect, and there may be things to criticize, and there may be what if, and all that, but this at least gives us that, and it's reasonable. My fifth, to piggyback on your 4, was that we've sort of danced around the fact that there is an important institution or group of institutions here that they need time to work issues out, and that are the teacher associations. Okay, where I think what I've sort of heard Stephanie say is that there are a number of probably important details that still need to be worked out. And to have the extra time to do that in a less stressful situation makes a lot of sense to me under the circumstances. So I would also endorse Colleen's point about this being least worst. We're not looking for the best here. We're looking for least worst because it's all less than optimal, let's say.
Yep.
I just wanted to just say something about the distance learning portion of it. I would certainly hope that with the amount of professional development and the amount of time that the teachers are being given to get up to speed on the distance learning part of this whole program, that there would be a dramatic improvement in what we'll call the evenness of what is presented to the students, because some teachers, like everyone said, were fabulous at it. I mean, just did amazing lesson plans, and others were not great. I think when you talk to the parents, there was a lot of complaints about the distance learning portion. So I would really hope with the amount of time that's being put into this, that it will be a real structured learning environment where they'll take advantage of the people that did really well with it and learn from them. And it'll be a better opportunity for the kids to, if we do have to, God forbid, go back to full distance learning, that it would be a much better experience.
How many kindergarten packets have actually been returned? in the schools? Like, do we have a sense of how big the classes will actually be?
I think we do. So Natalie, can you speak for RES and then we'll move to
Sure
campus
can.
and schools?
We have 103 pending, some enrollments that need to be completed. So we are looking at 19 and 20 in our classes right now, 5 classes.
Are all of those families confirmed? They returned packets, but did they respond to the survey that they would in fact be sending their students back in a hybrid or in person? Or are we just assuming that if they returned a packet that they're going?
All I know is packets returned. I don't have the information for the survey that you're asking of.
Right, the survey has not been drilled down to that level yet, Jenny. We have the information, and certainly as we move forward to the next survey, it will go right to the schools.
I think maybe what Devin, please correct me if I'm wrong, is sort of getting at with her question is that we're presenting a hybrid model with the goal of smaller classes on these different days based on an assumption of 19 to 20 kids in a class, but is in fact it necessary if fewer students are actually going to be returning to school?
That is certainly a possibility.
Yeah, and I guess I'm not against, like, overall against the hybrid model. I'm just pushing on really around the youngest students that we have and being thoughtful around, are there ways to provide more in-person instruction for our youngest learners, given that they're the ones who need the most support at home from families to learn, or the ones that on hybrid days, remote learning days, will be in like a daycare setting and potentially be exposed to a different group of kids, right? Like, we could actually be increasing exposure for our youngest learners unintentionally on hybrid remote days. So if there's a way to, like we're doing in the preschool, to prioritize 4 days in person with that one remote day, they're still getting time to learn remote instruction, but they're having more time to really get to know their teacher, classmates, routines, and that academic piece. And again, if those class sizes are small, I think we should consider that as a potential opportunity to think about how we structure those classes a little bit differently than the middle school or the high school.
Do kindergartners have to wear the mask? Do they have to wear the mask?
They do. Yes, they do.
And Devin, to go off of your point, I absolutely hear what you're saying, but I think the concern on our end is, as Stephanie mentioned earlier, and we emphasized, parents do have the option to change their mind. So if let's say in a class of 20, 5 of them say, you know what, I'm not ready yet. So there's 15. But then within a week or two, those families then say, you know what, I really am ready to send them. Then we're back up at 20. So I think it's difficult to gauge that when we are giving fluidity and choice to our families and changing their minds throughout the process.
Yeah, especially in a hybrid model, I could actually imagine more parents being willing to send their students and having an opportunity to meet in person.
So I think a lot of good questions and thoughts have come from this session. I do appreciate the work of the administration. I do circle back to the fact that the motion is basically endorsing the plan that is the superintendent's plan. And therefore, it's basically just us saying, yeah, we're okay with that. And I say that only because, you know, Mike had mentioned an additional public comment session, and I also feel strongly that I represent my constituents, and while my own feelings and thoughts may reflect the majority of them, there are also other constituents who might feel differently, and I would encourage them to continue to contact me, to contact administration, contact board members, so that, you know, their thoughts and their concerns can be, you know, addressed and alleviated. And the reason I say that is because for those members of the public, the comments can be made at the end of the meeting, and they are just as valid as being made right now, given that the plan that's being proposed is a transitional plan that's ramping us into the potential for a full in model if circumstances remain optimal. And it also gives flexibility that it can be changed or modified in any way necessary to, ensure the safety and learning of our students. So I just say that because I think we should vote to endorse if that's the motion and move on. But I don't want people to think that I'm trying to, cut short this conversation, because this conversation is going to be ongoing and it's very important. And, your most important assets are our children, and your concerns and your thoughts should be expressed, freely and confidently to us and to the administration.
All right, any other discussion on this motion? It's on the floor right now. Otherwise, let's call the question and vote on the endorsement of the hybrid. I believe Easton started the motion, so John, I'm going to start with your board.
Randy?
Yes.
Thank you, Randy. Jeff, I know Jeff got cut off. I think there was a utility pole that there was an accident, no injuries in Easton, and I think it may have affected Jeff. Were you able to dial back in, Jeff? I'm also looking.
Yeah, I don't see it.
You can hear me,
Yeah.
but you can't say anything. Just send me a text or an email. I'll move on. Jenny?
Yes.
Thank you. Devin?
Yes.
Thank you. Gretchen? Gretchen Goldstein. Oh, I see you. I just unmuted you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I vote yes. We are 5-0 with Jeff abstaining.
You missed Randy.
Oh, no, Randy, I started
Randy
with Randy.
voted first.
Oh,
Started
sorry.
with Randy. Yep.
Calling the question in Reading, Heather,
Yes.
Colleen,
Yes.
Mike,
No.
John,
Yes.
Stephanie,
Yes.
Chris Hocker.
Yes.
I vote yes. The motion carries 6-1.
All right, and then for Region 9, same motion to endorse the reopening hybrid model. Mary Lee,
Yes.
Maureen,
Yes.
Karen,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
Quinn? Yes. Juliet's not here, and Todd, yes, so carries 7-0 in Region 9 as well. All right, so now we have the other item, which is discussion of the revised start date, which is a calendaring matter. So, on this one, we can look at a motion to support. We may need to go to a different special meeting because it is changing the calendar, but I think we can look at it right now since it's under the reopening update. So look for a motion that Chris is showing on the screen here from the boards to start discussion on the proposal of changing the start of school to the 8th of September. And I'll look for that for each of the boards.
Easton, so moved.
Do I have a second in Easton?
Second.
Was that Jenny?
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
It's okay.
Motion in Reading,
So moved.
Chris Hocker. Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was Heather. Thank you.
All right, and for Region 9,
So moved, Karen.
sorry, Karen, and your second for Region 9.
Second.
Mary Lee, second, thank you. All right, so we'll start discussion. All the boards have a motion on the floor.
Would it be possible to further clarify the motion to include the last day of school for each of the districts at the, in the motion?
I mean, it would only be the projected last day because it would be subject to change based on weather and other things also.
I understand.
I mean,
I think people understand that as well. I just think it's cleaner if it.
So we would need different motions because the end days might be different to begin with in the calendar.
How many days does it add? Just no snow days involved here.
Is it 5?
It's 5. It would be a 1-week move, basically.
Well, what about teachers?
Sorry,
When do they start?
Everything would move back 1 week.
Right.
So the teachers wouldn't start until September 18th?
August 31st.
Correct.
Because that's because of the one we already went to 177 to add the 3 ahead of the start date. And so their work days would start in Reading on August 31st. And I think, am I correct, Stephanie Barlow, September 1st?
Yes, that's correct.
And when was the original projected end date? Do we know, Stephanie or anybody?
You know what? I don't have my calendar in front of me. The 3 calendars in front of me.
I think Easton's was the 9th.
I
believe we're talking about a move in Easton and Reading from the 9th to the 16th. I don't have the Barlow date.
It was the 7th.
Yeah.
Do we have to change the end date? Is there any guidance from the state about adjustments to the total calendar?
No, at this point, you need to have
180 days.
177.
Yeah, what we need are 177.
Right. They may change it again if we end up in it all out. So that they may change and we may not have to change our end date, which is why I think we didn't include it on the proposed motion.
Right, that sort of argues against sticking it in there, seems to me.
Right, that's right. And I think, the idea is we're changing the beginning date. We know we need 177 days as of now. That'll be what it'll be.
Right, but it would also argue against adding language that says and add those days to the end of the academic year, because if the calendar is shortened by the state, you might not be adding them all.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, that's actually, yeah.
Right. I wrote it that way, Mike, knowing that the different districts land on different end dates in June and trying to have a uniform motion to avoid having this conversation. But
It's a difficult task. I get it.
Would it make sense to just put a period at the end of September 8th, 2020, period?
And adjust the calendar according to.
Or just do this.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just take it out.
Right. Like we're not making a motion to, we are shortening the year. We're just saying we're just starting on a different date. We're going to need to figure out the end date later.
Yeah.
But we're not in this motion saying we're taking away spring break to accommodate it or something like that.
Yes, yeah.
We're not.
Right. No spring break, no winter break, any of that. All that stays in at the moment.
I mean, winter break might be 3 months, so we don't know.
Right.
Can somebody refresh my memory? If we get a big winter this year, there is a day when we just can't go beyond that, right? Is it the end
June
of
30th.
June?
End of June
30.
End of June.
June 30.
Right.
But the counterpoint is, as we build our distance learning capacity, if we have a 3-day blizzard, we might be learning from home anyway and not adding days in June.
Right.
Not if we don't have
Would that
power.
require a lot of
Power.
negotiation or?
Yeah.
The state would need to allow that.
To allow,
So
right.
if you have the calendar in front of you, you'll see that there's sort of an order of release with respect to how days are added to the year.
Yeah.
Can we back up to the first, when the teachers would report again? So are we able to capitalize on this at all and give them more time to work together? Or are we just pushing up their start date closer to the time that the kids will start?
I think we could buy their time for another week, but we can't command their time for another week.
It'd be a contract thing. Right. We'd be essentially adding days to their calendar.
How would we be adding days to their calendar if we're starting,
Because
if the kids are starting later? How are we adding days to their calendar if they were originally expected to report on what, August 25th, 26th,
Right,
24th?
Because we still need the school days.
Right.
They'll still be going later.
So at least for now, we still need the 177. So we need them to be teachers into June 1 week longer.
Right. And so if their contracts call for 185 working days,
yeah,
by postponing a week, you still need the 185. You need to find it somewhere. So everything is just pushed back a week in this model, basically.
It's totally an even swap,
yeah,
beginning to end. We don't gain anything by going to that Tuesday.
Unless you want to pay per diems to the teachers to come in that whole other week, basically.
I do, just as a matter of course. I think we should be considering freeing up money for professional development. There are teachers waiting with bated breath for us to give them time and money to work together on all of these questions that we have concerns about. So that would be a totally separate motion, but I would be absolutely all for that.
Yeah, and we actually are not able to make that motion here because I think it would fall outside of the agenda for this special meeting. However,
I know.
But no, but Jenny, we actually need to have another special meeting later this week, probably a quick one, so that we can extend Dr. Pearson-Ugal's contract through Dr. Harrison joining us at the end of August. So if we are having that meeting, maybe in the interim we can have some brainstorming about whether or not we can find that money and if teachers would be willing to come in and do that per diem work. So there may be an opportunity to do that, and we can do some legwork in the.
Tried to have that conversation already.
Right, but we have to have it in the right form
Months ago.
No, hey, I know. Now we're trying it. We're trying it now, Mike.
Bring it back, okay?
There's a motion on the table.
Right.
Do we need to move to amend
Right.
the motion that was made?
Yeah.
Right. There's a motion on the table that is different than the motion on the screen.
Yeah.
So it would be my suggestion that the move-ants withdraw their previous motion and substitute this one for clarity of the record.
I
That
think
works.
that's Randy for Easton.
Yep.
So at this point, we're not really adding PD. We're just hoping that we can do that. And we're pushing it back a week. Am I understanding this correctly?
No, nobody is using this as we're adding PD. This is a function of postponing the entire process by 7 days for a variety of reasons, including but not limited to additional time to negotiate with associations with respect to how to make all of this work, as well as to account for the fact that we lost a week to a storm that included physical damage to the plant.
So our buildings aren't open and ready to go on August 31st?
I think our buildings could be open and ready to go on August 31st, but my understanding, and Scott is on the call and can speak to the from an operational perspective, is that we will be likely to incur custodial overtime from work that was lost during the week of the power outage, as well as concerns with respect to the generators that failed.
Well, and also COVID supplies for shipment and so forth that were delayed last week for masks and other things, to make sure we have plenty of those things on site in the buildings for opening.
But we're the only district in Fairfield County pushing back at this point.
No, we're not.
No,
Okay.
several districts have pushed out a week. And to be perfectly frank, my preference would be to get back into the school as soon as humanly possible, on the expectation that there's going to be a second wave of this virus that's going to shut us down. And the sooner we get in, the sooner we ramp up to full in person, the more contact time we can have before perhaps we need to shift out. But you know, I don't control the weather, so.
What?
I know, but this was a week and we've had really 6 months.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got, Easton has modified their motion. We need to do that for Reading and Region 9.
Todd, can we still discuss I'm sorry, that was Jeff on the phone. I was trying to give him the passcode for the meeting. Or can
Yes,
we
we can still discuss. We're just getting the motions all aligned again.
And to clarify, I think it was Chris Hawker's motion in Reading.
It was Hawker.
Was it? Oh.
And Chris, do you
Absolutely.
withdraw and substitute this motion?
So fast you can't even hear it. Yep.
All right.
And I think I saw Heather wave, so she seconded the.
All right, and then Region 9, Karen.
Yes, so moved.
Okay, all right, it's
So
been
changed.
replaced. Mary Lee, you're okay with that as the second?
Yes,
All right, we're
absolutely.
good. All right, so this is now the motion. It's on the screen. for all three boards, and we can continue discussion.
I just wanted to talk about that first week because it will be a 4-day week. And I'm concerned about that first cohort of kids only coming in for 1 day and then being back home until the following week. So I guess I would just like to put a consideration out there that maybe for just that first week, since we'll have had more time to adjust and plan, that we eliminate that first Wednesday and have the first group of kids attend on Tuesday and Wednesday, and the second group of kids attend on Thursday and Friday. Maybe work in early dismissal time for teachers to have a little bit of extra planning time that week because they wouldn't be getting that Wednesday to work together and collaborate. But I think sending that first group in for a single day and then not seeing them again until the following week would potentially be a mistake.
I would support that.
Yeah,
I would think if we-
that's great.
Yeah, and if we could get the cleaning done and so forth between, I guess, Tuesday or Wednesday night before the next group came in Thursday, since Wednesday is also a cleaning day.
Well, it's not a hygiene
full
day
clean,
because
yeah,
we're not
right.
in a full health-directed hybrid model.
Right.
Stephanie, do you want to comment on that suggestion?
Yeah, no, yeah, I mean, I think it's good creative thinking. I'm just trying to mull through anything that, any logistical reason that would prevent us from doing that. And I'm wondering if Scott is still on the call, is there anything we should be concerned about in terms of running transportation?
I can't think of any concern.
Any of the building leaders want to chime in?
I think it actually does make it more equitable to start out and then every student would have in-person time with their cohorts, with all of their students before we entered what that Wednesday office hour schedule would look like. So I think it's very creative.
Because it would be awkward to have a Wednesday before you had an in-person day.
It could be. Mm-hmm.
I think it makes sense. I'm sure you run it.
As long as we have enough time to communicate to the parents and, and I think we do, because obviously there's going to be, childcare arrangements that are made on certain days and Wednesdays and stuff. But I think there's enough lead time that families can prepare.
Yeah, it could definitely make things awkward for people that first week in that regard, but I think the benefits for the kids and teachers would outweigh that.
If it's a problem, they won't send them that day.
No, I think, yeah, I guess. It's not that they're home, so you don't.
Please tell me this isn't part of the motion. It's just a good idea that it's.
We're not going to ask you to revise your
It's
motion
just
again, Chris.
It's just a really good idea that popped out of Jenny's, and it's
Yeah.
wonderful. And let's just accept it.
Let's operationalize, yeah. Let's look to operationalize that.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, but to Chris's point, we do have a couple Jewish holidays that pop up. So as pushing this out a week, we hit more of those.
We're still talking about a 4-week diagnostic period, and now we're talking about 3 Wednesdays of this model instead of 4. So we have to be careful about how much of an issue we're making out of a relatively small period of time in the grand scheme at this point. For better or for worse.
I think my concern is just because it is the first week.
Oh,
It's
I
the
agree
first
100%.
week, it's that first initial return to school for everybody.
All right, I think we're all,
I think we're all in agreement on that. Can we, other discussion? You want to call a question and vote on the motion?
Can we
All right,
hold one second? Jeff is actually on the line. He's one of several iPhones, and we're just trying to get him to be able to raise his hand.
Star 9.
Star 9 should raise your hand, and then I'll know which iPhone is you. I can also go down the list and just start ask to unmute.
Yeah, that'll be the second option.
Yep. So
he's just on as iPhone.
Yeah, because
or he's dialed in.
His internet got messed up. Yeah, he's dialed in on a phone. I'm just gonna go down the list now.
There's only 2 phone numbers.
Well, there's 1, 2, 3. Good. Do you see? Nope. 203-767.
Yeah, I see his number. I'm
Oh,
unmuting him.
iPhones.
He's there now.
Okay, yeah.
Jeff, are you there? Jeff, you should be unmuted.
He probably muted his own phone.
Oh, star 6 maybe to unmute.
Yeah, star 6 to
Himself?
unmute or pound 6, star 6.
I think it's star 6 to
Yeah,
unmute
star 6.
himself if he's muted.
Sorry, I just want to make sure that if he did have something to contribute, he's getting an opportunity.
Oh,
So
9915?
he's gone. He hung up.
No, he's still here. I see him.
No, he's out. He just came back in.
Okay. Okay, sorry.
He's in twice now.
Yeah.
Am I really unmuted?
Hey, you're there.
Unmuted.
Yes. Welcome, Jeff. Did you lost
Boy,
internet?
it's a miracle.
Okay.
Miracle.
Okay. So Jeff, I don't know if you were able to follow along. Did you have anything to add?
Well, the only thing that, and I text this to Jenny, and I don't know if she threw it out there, but I am concerned that there isn't a plan to assess where our kids are educationally to start the year. I think that is necessary in order for us to know what it is that we are to teach them and how we should go about it. And so I understand that that's not necessarily going to change whether we're full-time or hybrid, but that has got to be part of the equation.
Yep.
Understood.
Yep. Okay. Is there any additional board comment from Easton? Okay, I think, did we go first?
I have one question. Is there does there need to be a coordination between the districts relating to the professional development days for the staff? And timing wise is I guess what I'm saying, the staff was going to start on a certain day and have those days of PD. Will those days of PD remain on those days that they were originally scheduled, or would they jump a week as well and take place in a different? And I realize that needs to be negotiated and decided between the bargaining units and each board. But I think it's important that we hear from the administration whether there is a reason why they need to be coordinated. In other words, is any of that stuff K-12? Is it all 9-12? 9-12, and it's K-8. Is there any reason why those have to be on certain days? Because I think we should be aware of that before we move forward.
Mike, I just want to be sure that I understand your question. So initially, when you started to talk about timing, I was thinking, yes, we have thought about that. I thought you were referring to the fact that the two pre-K through 8 districts don't run on the same time schedule, and an effort so that there could be cross-district collaboration with trying to have an agreement about the 2 hours that would be used for professional learning time to allow a broader collaboration. Of course, that wouldn't be possible K-12 since the high school team will have that time in the morning, but I'm not sure that I wasn't
That's different.
properly
That's a
understanding.
logistical issue we run into with every PD stuff, and I have confidence that administration will figure that out. My question related more to the additional PD days and the scheduled PD days that basically we're proposing a change to the school calendar. It says calendar, but I think we're talking about the school calendar, or we're proposing a change to the student start date only. And I think they're different in that the date that the staff may be planning to start you know, they have, the ability to make plans and adjust their schedule as well, that we should be able to, I think we need to understand better how that's going to work, what the expectation is, whether those days would jump a week as well, or whether those days would be held as planned, as originally planned, and then there would be that week gap, and then school would start.
Right, so I was planning to move those staff days to back up to the start of the student school year, if you're referring to the 4 and 5 days. The other staff days that are in the calendar already, including election day or a portion of.
I'm just talking about.
Okay, you're just talking about the 4 and the 5 to start the year. So they would back up. So the teachers would come back in on the 31st or the 1st.
So at Barlow, instead of what is on the books right now, is that Barlow would come in for those PD training days, the 25th, 26th, 27th, and 28th. Those are right now what Barlow's days are.
Correct.
With this change, if the board votes to have school start on September 8th, Barlow would come in September 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. That's when the teachers would do their PD, which is in keeping with what we normally do, where we have that time before the students arrive. Does that answer the question, Mike?
Yes, so you're proposing that that's what would occur.
If the date moved, everything moves with it, correct?
Indeed. Again, it's allowing for an additional week of time.
Okay.
Do we vote for Dr. Harrison quits?
I'm impressed he's still stuck around. This is the short one though. Tri-board meetings go to midnight sometimes. You know, a lot of their cars turn into pumpkins. It's really.
This one's headed for midnight, Mike.
We
Come
still
on.
have a few items left, Mike.
We still have agenda. No, we're good. This is it. We got the policy.
Starts getting tired.
Dinner before the. All right, so let's call the question again. I think Easton started the motion.
Thank you. Calling the question, Randy.
Yes.
Thank you. Jeff.
Yes.
Thank you. Jenny.
Yep. Yes.
Thank you. Devin.
Yes.
And thank you. And Gretchen.
Yes.
Thank you. I vote yes. That's 6-0. The motion carries.
Calling the question in Reading, Heather,
Yes.
Colleen,
Yes.
Mike,
Yeah.
John,
No.
Stephanie,
Muted.
Yes, sorry.
Chris Hucker.
Yes.
I vote yes. The motion carries 5-2.
The same for Region 9. Same motion. Mary Lee,
Yes.
Maureen,
Yes.
Karen,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
Gwen. It's a thumbs up, yes from Gwen. Juliet's not here, and Todd, so it carries 7-0.
Todd, I just want to make a comment with respect to Region 9. I do want to discuss perhaps at our meeting next week or a future meeting, how specifically for Barlow, we're going to make the distance learning component more even, or what we're going to provide during the professional development sessions when the teachers do come back.
All right, we'll add that to the agenda for the Region 9 meeting next Tuesday. All right, so I think that's it on the reopening, everything that we needed. So I'm just double checking any other discussion on reopening. Otherwise, we'll move on to item C, policies for first reading. All right, then I'm going to move us over to that item, and I was turn this over to the policy committee. Chris, you'll take us through the motions that were sent out.
So I don't know if Chris, if you wanted to say anything, but we have a couple of policies that we've advanced for first reading from the policy committee.
Sean, could you make that bigger? I can't really see that.
You know, I do the same thing in the policy committee meeting, and Maureen has to say, "Can you do that?" every time. So I apologize.
Right, and board members should have these. They were mailed out because they are kind of lengthy documents, so should have all these.
And we have these two items that are sort of distance learning plan and Title IX policy for a first reading. I think is generally the case, and Chris, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. In the first reading, we'll sort of summarize for you what is in the policy. Certainly people are able to read it. We'll continue to meet as a policy committee on Fridays with the intent of getting additional feedback from anyone who would like to join us Fridays, I think usually at 9 o'clock. And we, we'll make, updates as needed and then advance to a second reading where we would intend to approve. This first policy, 6172.61, the distance learning plan. So when we received this, you'll notice the CABE policy service. Easton recently joined CABE. Reading's been a member of CABE, so we're beneficiaries of the sort of policy that they write as new legislation regulations come down from the state and federal governments. This particular policy was very specific to COVID, and we tried to generalize it a bit. We added a little bit of language specific to like what is a distance learning day, what is, sort of put up front sort of information about school nutrition benefits. We actually were, lucky to have some of our representatives on the nutrition front join us and sort of give us insight into sort of what we should have here and what makes sense within our district. Same is true of the special education front. Jen joined us and gave us some insight there. So you will see in the version that I'm showing right now, I have comments still sort of in the margins, because we're also talking about any time where we're identifying, for instance, a duty that is necessary for a superintendent or an assistant superintendent or the finance director or anybody else to do, or any time where we reference one policy in another, we want to create a cross-reference document. So this is just regular work that we're doing. In any event, this is about sort of health-based closures. I think it's really important that we are specifically articulating, what does that look like? Who has the authority to make those and under which conditions? So I think the really key parts of this are right up front. The distance learning day is a remote school day determined by guidance from state and local health officials, where students and staff shall engage in learning experiences that are A, aligned to the curriculum, B, connected to standards, and C, relevant to the current instructional sequence. The board directs the administration to develop and implement a distance learning plan to provide continuity of educational services when circumstances require. I'm not going to read the rest, but are there any sort of questions about this policy, or Chris, Maureen, or Gwen, anything you'd like to add? No? Okay.
No, I think you've summarized our process reasonably well, and sort of the intent of the first reading here, and which will allow for continued feedback before we try to drill down on finalizing something for everybody's input. I think this is an
that this was
ongoing.
all evolving at the time we were looking at this
That's
as
right.
well. So, we were looking at this 2 Fridays ago, not last Friday because of the storm, but the Friday prior, and things have changed in the interim. And so it deserves a second thorough read.
I can email Chris. This is Colleen. I think it's a little light, and I hope for a day when distance learning is not going to be on the forefront of our memories. And so I'm wondering if we need a policy with a little more meat to it, so that we can actually use it as a guide when we have to remember what distance learning, when we have to restart that machine of distance learning because we haven't done it in years. I just wonder if the document needs a little more guts to it.
We've been very careful to avoid writing too much into policy for a variety of reasons, including that we don't want to box in current or future administration with respect to the details of how they must carry things out. I think when it comes to institutional memory, there are better ways to capture that for future generations of distance learners than in a formal policy per se.
Okay, what are those other ways? And let's write them down.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. And actually a part of the work that we're doing, and, you know, I think we can, in another meeting, go deeper on the policy reboot, you know, that's what we're calling it. But we're articulating a process, not only for reviewing the sort of all the things that we need to come together on and sort of and present as a single set of policies, but also to make sure that we have, you know, those sort of ancillary documents that are going to be so necessary to that process. So I mentioned the cross-reference list of duties. Like there's never been anything like that. If you go through all of the policies that exist today, there are dozens upon dozens of duties articulated for administrators and, you know, superintendents that are not well understood because they're lost in piles of documents this thick. We are seeking to remedy that. And I think a part of this is a really common sense approach that is policy should be clear, should be brief, should be about, we are going to adhere to the law, right? And to the extent that the policy manuals are for the members of our public to clearly understand, you know, what sort of, where do I fit into, you know, the sort of, you know, as a parent, as a member of the community, what is the requirements and what are they doing to adhere to it? I think we're trying to limit it to that. There are also regulation documents that we, you know, that are sort of separate from the policy documents that the administrators are responsible for maintaining. So I think that that's one major mechanism for that.
Okay.
And the regulations do go into greater levels of detail
Much.
than you see in this policy document, and that's by design, right?
Right.
That allows them to be a little bit more flexible, or all of us to be a little more flexible as circumstances change.
Right. Policy is law, regulation is, here's specifically how that happens in our building.
We don't want a small change to process to require multiple board meetings to change. Right. We want the administration to have the appropriate flexibility to carry that out within the guardrail set forth by a policy.
Right. Okay. So do we need to move these individually, or are we going to do these as a slate? At least the first two for first reading.
We'll put the two first reading ones together.
Okay. Okay, good.
Yeah, the first two are together in a
okay, so that's distance learning plan. I'll let Maureen, Chris, or Gwen. Anyone want to go to Title IX?
I think the Title IX policy is based on a change in law and updated federal guidance that requires a policy update and change. We have advanced this for a first reading for the three boards, not because we think the policy is ready for prime time, but because we know that it needs to get done, and we don't want it to take 8 to 12 weeks in multiple board cycles to get it approved and adopted. So we're looking for sort of board's first reading approval on the basis of the fact that it's a policy that's legally mandated, that has been recommended to us in draft form by CABE, that the policy committee intends to spend additional time refining to make sure that it is in appropriate comprehensible English.
Understanding that we took this one out of order because of the time deadlines.
Right.
Correct. Because it's a legal mandate, we took it out of the normal course of policy review and accelerated it against other things.
Right. Okay.
All right. So.
And so I think, yeah, for those two, we're
those together. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So do I have a motion in Easton to advance?
If you take your screen share off, I can put the draft motion with the numbers on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chris, thank you for writing these draft motions.
Yeah.
Indeed. Thank you.
You have no idea. You have no idea. So helpful.
I was a secretary once.
Yeah. I can tell.
So do I have a motion in Easton?
So moved.
Randy, thank you. Second? Was that Jeff?
Second.
Okay, Jeff on the phone. Good.
Like he's bidding in an auction. Is there a motion in Reading?
I'd like the same motion.
John, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, Heather, thank you.
All right, in Region 9, we have a motion the same.
So moved.
Sorry, who was that?
That was Maureen.
Maureen, thank you. Second?
Second, oh, go ahead.
No, was that Cheryl?
Yeah.
Yep, great, thank you. All right. Any further discussion? All right, let's call the question to Easton to start.
We'll start with Randy.
Yes.
Thank you. Jeff?
Yes.
Thank you. Jenny? Jenny?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Devin?
Yes.
Thank you. And Gretchen?
Yes.
Thank you. I vote yes. The motion passes 6-0.
Calling the question in writing, Heather,
Yes.
Colleen,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Steph,
Yes.
Chris Hocker.
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion carries 7-0 in Reading.
All right, and for Region 9, calling the question, Mary Lee,
Yes.
Maureen,
Yes.
Karen,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
Gwen. So yes. All right, and then myself, yes. So carry 7-0.
Todd, in the interest of saving a little bit of time, do you want to introduce the motion on the second reading of this policy, and then we can switch over to John explaining the changes?
Sure, I'm all for that since we still have more items on the agenda. You want to start with?
So, for clarity, 4118.237 is the mask policy.
And we're
Second-
going to
second reading.
We're going to go into it now. But do I have a motion from Easton?
So moved.
Thank you, Gretchen. And I think I had a second from Jenny already.
Sure.
Yes. Okay.
Motion in Reading,
So moved.
Second.
Stephanie and John, thank you.
And Region 9,
So moved, Karen.
Karen, second.
Second, Cheryl.
Cheryl, thank you.
Turn the screen back over to John.
Thank you.
All right, John.
Going to share. Okay, so we reviewed this last time. Last time we were all together. Subsequently, the policy committee met and made some minor adjustments based on the feedback we had received. Also, with additional feedback from Jen Del Conte.
Could you make it bigger again? Sorry.
I do it every time. I'm sorry. I do every time. Sorry.
You must have great eyesight, so.
No, I'm sitting this close. I'm sitting a foot away from my screen, which is enormous. All right. So the face mask covering policy. Bear with me. There we go. So I want to highlight the changes that were made. I know everyone received this. I'm going to come back to this green section in a moment. I want to focus first on what we moved out of the policy committee. So we moved to strike this section. A written notification from a physician is required in order for the nursing coordinator or his or her designee to approve a medical exemption. The note should state the bona fide medical reason for requested exemption, and replacing that with this green section. A request for medical exemption form available via the district website will be made available to parents and will require that medical exemptions fall into categories specified by the state and local health officials. The form shall require that a medical professional certifies the existence of a qualifying medical condition for which the student is under the medical professional's care, and that the parent or guardian authorizes the district's nursing staff and or district's health advisors to confer with the authorizing medical professional. Additionally, we added this piece. The superintendent may accept students within certain age or grade levels in connection with relevant state or local guidance.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question.
Stephanie, do you? I'm happy to attempt to answer it, but I think Stephanie maybe has the.
I think it's referring to the exceptions that currently include preschool.
Right.
And there will be some students within special education who might not have a medical condition, but it might be part of the nature of the disability that we, working with the family and according to the needs of the student, make the exemption.
I think this, frankly, this covers young learners and basically says if you're in preschool or you're under age 5 or whatever the appropriate guidance that corresponds with it is to capture, because otherwise the policy would blanket on a pre-K 12 basis, and to the extent that the state guidance ever changes consistent with something like Massachusetts where K through 2 might not need masks, the superintendent would be granted the discretion to pivot along with that guidance.
But wouldn't that supersede the requirement to have the paragraph that John just spoke about? So we added additional language with respect to people providing a medical exemption, yet giving some authority to perhaps supersede that. Or
No, this is
maybe-
authority. This is authority specifically with respect to the age of the student on a blanket basis. So this says that all 3-year-olds are exempt or accepted from the policy because they are 3, not because they have another qualifying condition.
As determined by the superintendent at that time.
And that it must be in connection with relevant state and local guidance. So you can't just do it arbitrarily.
Because there may be a future time when a face masking order comes down that is specific to, you know, children over the age of 10, or for whatever the basis might be. And to the extent this is an evergreen policy, we're trying to capture that.
Can you clarify the path to acceptance that this policy will have to go through? Is it just tonight's vote, or is it something beyond tonight?
I think the intent is that we go from second reading to approval.
Right, this would be approval.
Right.
Can I ask a question? Why did you change the word from physician to medical professional? I feel like there's a lot of checks and balances in there to make sure that, I don't know what a medical professional is. I don't know what that includes. I don't know if that was a legal terminology change. And I feel like there's checks and balances in there. I just, why would you not say a physician?
I think because there are, I'm sorry, Stephanie, go ahead.
It could be a psychiatrist. It might be another medical professional. I mean,
Could be an APRN.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So can I just
Is there
ask
another
you a quick
section of green below, John?
I don't believe so. Oh, no, you're right. I'm sorry. We did add this one sentence. Sorry. The administration retains its authority to assign appropriate consequences for infractions of policy, comma, including but not limited to exclusion from in-person learning. That I did not mean to, sorry.
So John, am I to understand people who are exempt from wearing face masks, do they then have to wear a face shield?
So if you're talking about the sort of step down, that was in the original language, but I think, Stephanie, do you want to talk about, you know, some of the guidance we've received from health professionals related to?
Sure. Our medical advisors have shared that they truly believe that there will be next to no medical condition that would allow an exemption from wearing a mask, but still allow the student to safely attend school. So if the consideration is for health and safety and the student has a breathing condition, for an example, that's so uncontrolled and so serious that they are unable to wear a mask, our medical advisors could not think of how the physician who's caring for the student would possibly recommend that they attend school. So in terms of, these are going to be the very few medical conditions, and possibly some students in special education whose disability or sensory needs make mask wearing not possible, or further, someone with a very severe burn or a dermatological condition that would not allow a mask. And in those situations, the nurse would work directly with the family to talk about other safety provisions that could be put in place, including a face shield, if that's it would work for the student. And then in those learning settings, possibly there would be additional protections in place for staff members and possible use of additional clear plastic barriers.
Is there a scenario where the child would wear nothing at all?
I can't think of a scenario where a child would wear nothing at all and we would not put any other safety provisions in place. Other than the social distance that would be in place when a student, for instance, is outside or eating in the cafeteria.
Okay.
I just want to add to what Stephanie said. I believe that's why we put the language in about the district, our medical team being able to be in touch with the child's medical team to make that decision informed with the parents. And so it would be a very specific decision made for a very specific case on a case-by-case basis. And that's why we would need to be in consultation with the child's medical provider as well as the parent.
Right, because I know there's a concern with some parents have expressed that some people being averse to their child wearing a mask would, and just averse to it, not necessarily a medical condition, would feel that they could get a note from a doctor who would be willing to send in a note saying that the child doesn't have to wear a mask.
So if the reason that is provided is not comprehensive in the opinion of our nurse, then that's where there will be a form that parents are asked to complete that allow a representative from the district to reach out to the prescribing physician or have one of our medical advisors reach out to the prescribing medical person to confirm that this is a bona fide condition.
When does it end? The mask wearing?
I think that's in this policy.
It's at the discretion of the superintendent.
The grade level, that new paragraph there?
Wait, do you mean specifically when does the superintendent's, specific to the age level?
No, when does the mandatory mask wearing get turned off?
Right.
That's the first line in the policy.
Yeah, I think that's right. Following policy should be implemented as required by public health conditions within the community by the superintendent.
I think it's reasonable to expect that as long as on a statewide basis, there is a mask mandate, that it would be enforced by the superintendent.
Can we go back to the violation section there that you just said?
The last part with the little green part?
The broad part that basically says administration retains their right to do appropriate consequences, including but not limited to exclusion from in-person learning. So I'm wondering, it's kind of broad, so you're not designating a punishment or some sort of a ramification for violation. And the part that concerns me a little bit is, especially on the high school level, if you exclude a student from in-person learning, but the district is still required to provide instruction for the student for a certain number of days, then that will end up costing the district money in tutoring and other expenses.
Not while we have a temporary learning from home option.
Yeah. Right. They would just do temporary learning from home.
I
That's your
think there
choice.
are some students that might not that might require further instruction that could cost you money? If
Do you
that,
want to give me an example?
But if a student with an IEP chooses to temporarily learn from home, we'd need to do that anyway. I mean,
Right.
provide the support that's needed.
I think that's actually a part of the distance learning content that we just moved to second reading. So we could dive into sort
but
of the
then why not just eliminate it?
Eliminate what?
Basically, the administration retains its authority, so the administration.
Because I think it's important that it be abundantly clear to members of the community that if your goal is no mask, the consequence is you can learn remotely from home.
Maybe.
Well, you want to have steps in the process. You want to be able to address a child for whatever reason who keeps taking his or her mask off.
Yeah.
Short of saying that's it.
Right.
Learn from home. But at the same time, you want it abundantly clear to the community that this is the state mandate and this is our educational mandate, and we're going to keep kids' health as our priority.
You also want to make the other students feel safe that there will be consequences if other kids are just refusing to wear their masks or whatever, taking them off. You know.
That's right.
I get it. I'm just, one kid could take off his mask 10 times before he's excluded, and another kid could take off his mask twice and be thrown out. It's very broad.
That's true with everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's.
Yeah, I think we would seek equitable application of the policy. You know, I mean,
And if one of those students is 5 and the other is 15, it should be applied differently too. So
yeah, I think that's right and fair.
That's fair. All right.
Okay. Any additional discussion? Okay. Call the question in Easton. Randy? Randy, you may be muted still.
Yeah, sorry, I was on the other page. Look at the policy still. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm good. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Jeff?
I think Jeff might be muted because there was a lot of background noise before.
I got him. Yep. Jeff?
Oh, man, what a night. Yes.
Sorry. Jenny?
Yes.
Thank you. Devin?
Yes.
Thank you. Gretchen?
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion carries 6-0.
Calling the question in Reading, Heather?
Yes.
Colleen?
Yes.
Mike?
No.
John?
Yes.
Stephanie?
Yes.
Chris Hocker?
Yes.
I vote yes. The motion carries 6-1.
Calling the question in Region 9, Mary Lee,
Yes.
Maureen,
Yes.
Karen,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
Gwen,
Yes.
and myself, yes. So carries 7-0 for Region 9. All right, that's it on policies.
That's it.
Excellent.
Just for now.
For this
For now.
week.
It's another meeting Friday. Get the next batch queued up. All right. So with that ends our discussion of possible action section 4. We're now on to agenda item number 5, public comment. And we still have over 120 members on the Zoom call. So being the hour that it is, again, we'll ask the members of the public, limit your comments 2 minutes or less. If you could state your name and address, and then I would ask again with the hour that it is, if you've got questions about the reopening plan and those kind of things, if we don't continue to repeat the same ones, and we can all, it's more comments, so we'd like to hear your comments, and see if we can get through it and give as many people a chance to speak as we can. So we'll go ahead and open it up. If you would like to speak from the public, please raise your hand in your window or the hand sign. If you're on a phone only, *9 should raise the hand symbol next to your phone number or device, and we can recognize you. And see a few people already.
We have Krista Zilberg. You should be able to unmute now.
Hi. I can't see
Hi.
anyone now. I can never figure out how to work this.
That's okay.
So
We can hear you. You're live.
Hi, Todd. Hi, John. Hi, everyone. So just some really quick things, and I know that I'm not allowed to question or ask any questions, but it's been very vague about special ed. And my husband and I have decided to keep Dave at home and do the distance learning or learning from afar. I don't exactly know the terminology of it currently, but we've decided to do that because David has autism and he falls under the category we cannot wear a face mask safely. We've been working with him. Those are goals. So, but we can't have him wear a face mask, and he has so much sensory where hands are going under, he's eating it, hands are going in his mouth. So we feel that we as Easton residents, as human beings, we need to do everything we possibly can to protect each other, right? So our decision was to keep him home, and it's been so vague. Like I said at the beginning, Jen and Kara have been waiting for clarification from the state. It's not coming through very clearly. And I've been on this call and I just respect everyone so much. And I'm just so grateful for everything that everyone's doing. But with not a lot of clarification from the state, we need to move forward for our kids. And we had a great protocol kind of going towards, I know there's been people that were saying there was not a good protocol for the distance learning, but we had a really good experience till David started shutting down and we gave him a rest over distance learning. But I think that Jen and Kara really have good intentions, but they need to be more vocal. I've not really heard Kara speak at all. I've heard Jen speak a little bit, but I think that they need a little bit more guidance and support because our kiddos need a little bit more support. And we're not hearing a lot about special ed. And I know that our framework comes from gen ed, but then it kind of trickles down to special ed. So we kind of just need to work a little bit more and involve special ed a little bit. And y'all know that I'm always willing to do whatever I can for the community and for everybody. So I just want to say, like I said, we've hired an advocate to because we didn't know what else to do. And she's great. And we don't want to, everyone knows we want to work together. And I think at this point, everyone knows we just want to work together. We want to find out the best solution for these kiddos. But I'm not even advocating just for my son, but it's for all of the kids, not just gen ed, not just special, but all of our kiddos. Everyone's just got to try to do the best they can, and we have to come up with a solution, doing the best we can. So just if we could just kind of give a little bit more support to, this is just coming from a side angle, because just dealing with them, I just feel like Jen and Kara don't have enough support. I really don't. After being on this call, I'm sorry, Todd, I apologize.
No, that's all right. No, thank you. We appreciate that comment, and we'll continue to work with them and get more information out.
Yeah, thank you, Krista.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a comment from someone on YouTube that was emailed to me. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to read it now.
Sure. And then we'll go to Jeff and then Angela.
Can you mention their name too, if you got that there?
I'll just pull it up. It's from Brenda Phelps on Indian Hill Road in Reading. She states, I do hope there is a mechanism in place to archive all live stream lessons and any broadcasted material so that students can log on at any time to see those lessons. With all the complications of working and learning from home and sharing resources, students may not be able to be available exactly at 10:05 a.m. for math. I hope they will be able to watch those lessons at a later time on Google Classroom if there is a personal issue with synchronous learning. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Yeah, I've heard that same request too. Jeff Fligelman. Sorry if I did that wrong.
No, you're good. Thank you. Jeff Fligelman, Pocahontas Road, Reading. A sincere thanks to the boards, administration, teachers, and staff, and a warm welcome to Dr. Harrison.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Angela Kayes?
Okay, hi everyone. Oh, you got my name right. That was fantastic.
Yes.
Went on video, you sneaky man. Sorry, I'm in no state to be on a video. Hi everyone, thank you so much for staying up really late. Angela Kayas from Deer Hill Road in Reading. I just want to bring up class size as a major concern. I'm a parent of a PK as well as a third grader. Hearing that the class size of my grade is going to increase to 23 students is a major concern for me. I would really like the boards of education, especially our Board of Education, to give some rationale as to why that class size will work with not only a greatly challenging year, now a hybrid learning into a full year, but especially for third graders who's going to go into their first year of standardized testing, none of which I think we can avoid. Given where we're going. So I have grave concerns about moving from a class size of 18 or 19 to 23. I have an even greater concern that given the rise in sales of homes, we're going to see more and more students come into the district. Therefore, I'm hoping that we can talk about a plan for the increased enrollment and need for possibly to hire an extra teacher. A concern about the fourth grade experience that we specifically had in Reading last year, and that's why we added a teacher back into that class because it didn't work with larger class sizes. And then finally, a policy for overcoming or possibly looking proactively at shortfalls in the budget. I am concerned about hiring on a teacher side, and I'm also concerned about how much spending into supporting distance learning. I would love to know in a future meeting what platforms are being purchased, what platforms are going to be free, what platforms are we going to be using. Just to give you a sense, my daughter's distance learning was supported with 5 different platforms, and I advocated for a 6th. So I'm hoping that I understand the teachers are going to have some time, but maybe there will be another parent opportunity to understand what those platforms will be and at what cost to our education system and what the shortfall might be with current budgets. Whew, that was a lot. I know it's really late, but I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then last, Tracy Carlucci.
Hi, I'll try to be coherent at this late hour and brief. I wanted to thank you all for all of your hard work on this impossible task thus far, and to welcome and congratulate Dr. Harrison on being our new superintendent. I have to say that I am really, really upset about the temporary learning from home options as presented tonight. From the way the plan looks, in the elementary level, students would have access to their teacher virtually on select Wednesdays during the month. So say an estimated 1 to 4 times per month to interact with their teacher and classmates, as well as having no specials, I think, available to them. If I'm understanding that correctly, specials would only be available in person. I know a lot of things are still being fleshed out. I know Devin asked about would the live streams incorporate students from home. It sounds like that is a big question mark and is probably leaning towards being a one-sided, non-interactive thing because of various limitations on teaching students in the classroom. I don't really know how that would be possible to interact with students at home. If I heard correctly, I think 24% of elementary parents surveyed said that they would be keeping their students home. That seems like a large contingency of families opting to stay home. I just really hope that we could present a better option. I commend you all for taking the hybrid option. I think that's wise to start out slowly. I'm a bit pessimistic and think like everyone else that we all will probably be virtual at some point, but it really saddens me to think that my soon-to-be first grader will not feel part of a community by having little access to her teacher or classmates in an official school sanctioned setting. So I really hope that there are some changes to be made there at some point. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Todd, there's someone, Bonoff. I can't.
Waving, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, on the second page.
You're unmuted. I'm trying to unmute you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
hi. Allison Bonoff, 19 Gregory Farm Road, Easton. And I'd like to welcome Dr. Harrison. I'd also like to ask what Watertown is doing for their opening plan. I know you can't answer that, but it's a question out there. I'd also wished that we would have asked the public the question about reopening the right way, now that we all knew what everybody really wanted here. So for the future, I think we should really, it's an important, very important question. And I think the public should have had a better chance to weigh in. I've also not heard anything about how we're going to confirm that all of this professional development is effective. So I suggest setting a time period and then asking the parents what they think. One thing in the middle school particular, if I'm looking at the schedule correctly, is there's about an hour in the beginning and an hour in the end. And I know that I can't say there's no learning going on, but it is not core subjects, you know, more kind of, you know, maybe emotional, you know, kind of softer areas. And I really think that we need to concentrate on core subjects. We need to make up a lot of time from everything that we've lost, and I don't really hear that plan either. All that being said, I do appreciate everybody's time, but I think you have the public that could also wants to help, wants to volunteer. So I think you could really reach out to the parents, and it would help everybody with their time management, maybe. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else from the public?
I see someone with the name Jolene.
Yes, hi, how are you? My name is Joe. My daughter's actually name is Jolene, using her computer. Thank you very much for your time this evening. Welcome to the superintendent. Don't know if you know what you signed up for, but tonight's a good example. I do apologize if I missed on a couple of these questions that I do want to ask, because I did tuck my kids in.
Can you just state your road and town?
My apologies. Joseph Pachek Road is Riley Road, and it's Easton. A through L, Monday through Tuesday, M through Z, Thursday through Friday. I don't know if I'm getting the letters 100% right, but I thought I did hear somebody say that there is going to be a rotation the following week. Is that correct? Or is it going to stay that A through M stays Monday and Tuesday, and then the other ones stay Thursday through Friday? Is it going to rotate?
No.
No, okay. And then the other question is buses. Any updates on buses? What can be done with that? That doesn't necessarily have to be answered tonight. I'm sure it's going to come forward further, but I don't know if there's anything that could be shared on that. And that's pretty much about it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
I'm just going through all the pages.
Yeah, it's a lot of pages still.
A lot of pages.
Thank you, public, for staying on late.
I think that's
appreciate that. All right, looks good. Okay, so then we'll close that item. Public comment.
Have one hand
Sorry.
raised. Oh, I'm
Sorry.
There was a hand raised, Nora Gattos.
And I
sorry.
saw
All
one
right.
Pamela's iPhone.
Oh, Pamela's, I see two new hand raises, Pamela's iPad and then Krista Zilberg. Pamela, you should be able to.
Hi, I think I'm on right now.
Yes.
Yes, we can
Yes.
hear- see
So
you.
first I wanted to thank everybody that participated tonight with their presentations, their questions. A lot of it was really thorough. However, I did have a couple of questions. I don't have them written down, so I'm just going based off memory right now. The first is regarding the buses, and perhaps I didn't hear it, but what was the final decision regarding disinfecting buses? At the last meeting, there was discussion of at the end of every day, once a month, once a week. I don't recall hearing any clarification on that this evening. So that was one question. The second, for children that have, or for parents that have multiple children at, for instance, RES, say the kindergarten through second grade drop-off is on one side of the building, third and fourth is on another side. How are parents going to handle that drop-off and getting their children to school without them being labeled tardy? And if I can think of the third, I can easily reach out to.
Yeah, and thank you. And again, this is public comment, so not Q&A. So we took notes of the questions and we can get back to you around those. Thank you.
And the last question from Krista Zilberg.
Hi, John. It's not a question. I completely did not welcome Dr. Harrison to our community and welcome him. And I feel so horrible because I'm like, oh my goodness. So I'm gonna, and I know that Todd is super annoyed with me because he keeps cutting me off. So I'm gonna hop off now. But Dr. Harrison, welcome. We're so happy to have you. So grateful. So I apologize about not welcoming you in the beginning. Very excited.
Thank
you. All right.
Thank you. Well, that's
cut
all right.
me off, John.
No,
Cut
you're
me
good.
off.
Thank you for.
No, not Todd. John. John gets to cut me off this
John,
time.
we'll cut you off this time, but thank you again for coming back and welcoming Dr. Harrison. We appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Any other members of the public for comment?
Not that I see.
All right, then we'll go ahead and close it out. We'll move to item 6, board member comment. Any members of the board, any final comments?
I mean, should we collectively welcome?
Oh my goodness, exclamation point. You are so sweet, period.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Where did Pamela go?
Okay. This is Colleen. I'm just saying welcome. I don't think I have been so happy to see a person I've never met pop up on a Zoom call in my life. I'm thrilled that you're here. We have a ton of work to do, and I'm really looking forward to it. And so thrilled you're here.
Here, here.
Yeah, here.
John, I've got a comment, I guess, and I know Chris has his hand up. Sorry, Chris. I mean, there's no good answers. A lot of conversations tonight. I'm going to state the obvious in that the full in-school option still had a reduction of sort of student teacher time. One of the parents just referenced it. Based on my math, about a third. So we were already a third down in sort of hourly instruction based on the new schedules that are in place now, all in. We're going to a hybrid, and by my math, quick math, that cuts it by another 50%. So we're down to about 30% of what I would consider to be normal in school instruction time in the core areas, specials, the whole 9 yards. At some point, it's not tonight and it's not next week and it may not be in a month, but we have to figure out whether a full online option is a better way to go. And hopefully science says no in 3 months or 6 months, or we all go to Moscow and get a vaccine tomorrow, which is probably not likely. Anyways, that's it. It's been a long night, but just it's on my mind here. And maybe we got to give it some more consideration at some later date.
Thanks, Randy.
And Chris, I saw Chris's hand and Mike's hand. So Chris, go ahead.
Yeah. Two things. I just wanted to thank or acknowledge Stephanie, not only for the work that she has put into these plans, but also for stepping in when the call came as the interim superintendent. So I appreciate that. And the second thing, if he's still on the call, or even if he's not, I wanted to say nice things about Scott Rice. who has done a wonderful job as our Director of Finance and Operations. So there you go.
Thank you. I think we all second that. So thank you.
On both points, absolutely.
Mike, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna chime in and welcome Dr. Harrison as well. And tell him don't log off too quickly. We do a musical reprise and then there's a curtain call at the end.
Only Mike does this, not the rest of us. He can be here on his own.
Sign off. We go home, go to bed.
We have a buddy now.
So
Yeah, there's a Zoom meeting called the parking lot meeting. It comes up after this.
Also a podcast.
But no, I just want to welcome you to our districts and thank you for your interest in our position and wish you the best of luck. Tonight is about as complicated and difficult as it gets. We do this normally 3 times a year. Sometimes we like to extend it to 4 times a year when the 3 boards meet together. And this was actually not so bad. A lot of collaboration and, varying thoughts, but.
And it's still August 11th.
That's right. And the night is still young. So
No.
But thank you and best of luck. In your new position, and thanks to everyone for their thoughtful discussion tonight.
It's Heather, Devin, and Jenny as well. So
I don't want to take up we all jump in line to welcome Dr. Harrison. We're all super, super, super thrilled to have you with us. And I wanted to just briefly remind the public, we had a lot of conversation tonight going back and forth about what direction we're going with the reopening. I want to remind the public that decision lies with the superintendent. It has to be that way because we can't convene a meeting like this in a situation that is dynamic and changing, and schools might have to close down quickly. We might have to switch from one to another very quickly. So while we appreciate everybody's thoughtful comments and the discussion that took place, ultimately, this decision that we made tonight was just us advising the superintendent to make a decision that they're able to rightly make on their own.
I think Devin and then Jenny.
Yep. So welcome, Dr. Harrison. Just quickly, I just want to point out that this is all new for also our educators, and we really have to take into account that we need to provide real professional development and training, not only for just remote learning, but now for this hybrid model where we're really expecting them to do 2 jobs at once, teach kids in front of them and teach kids that are not there. And the research on this is now just emerging because nobody's really ever had to do this before. So whenever we meet again, I think we really have to think about professional development, supporting that financially by bringing in outside resources to support our teams, our leadership in doing so, and just be really thoughtful and be great and give grace to our educators as they figure this out, because it's going to be hard for everyone. But we need to bring in trained professionals to work with us as we figure out this remote piece of instruction.
Jenny.
Welcome, Dr. Harrison. Thank you, Stephanie. I don't know when we're all going to be together again and want us to end on a positive note, but I do think that when a system is under pressure, it kind of points out the leaks. And the common theme throughout all of this is I think that we just need to keep pushing to our communities and advocate for needs, increased faculty, increased resources. Stephanie is one curriculum person, K-12. Our special education administrators are split between 2 towns. We don't have anyone, steering the ship as far as technology integration. We keep tossing the idea of about a director of technology. And I just have to wonder if those people were in place, if we had Stephanie ×2, if our special education administration was increased, if we had a director of technology, that these pressures that we're feeling and the comments we're getting from parents about communication and follow through, this is a tough nut to crack under any circumstances. But if we could just think moving forward about putting our heads together and just using this as an example of we kind of Band-Aid and shoestring together, and under ideal circumstances, it works. But under any additional pressures, I think we're seeing the strain on a system that is not fully supported the way that it could be or should be.
Do any other board member comments?
Just a general comment to thank the 21 board members of the 20 of us who are here tonight for the umpteenth time this summer convening a virtual tri-board meeting. I think it has been largely a professional undertaking by all of us and has demonstrated to a certain extent the best of our abilities to come together even through these long meetings to have these conversations and ultimately support the districts and the administration, which I think is important and valuable. And while I agree with Jenny that some of our challenges underscore sort of possibly missed opportunities from the past, this has also been an opportunity for us to learn to work together in a way that perhaps we hadn't in past years. So I appreciate that from everybody.
Okay. Seeing no other board member comments, now we'll move into item 7, adjournment.
Motion to
To the
adjourn.
board chairs, if you'd like to adjourn your board, or we can continue going for another 20 minutes and hit the 12 o'clock
I have a
mark.
motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Randy. Second. Nobody in
Second.
Easton wants to. Thank you, Devin.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank
Aye.
you very much. Easton is adjourned at 11:41 p.m.
Is there a motion in Reading?
Motion to adjourn.
Mike Hoffman, is there a second?
Second.
Don Riley, any objection? Seeing none, Reading is adjourned at 11:41 also.
All right, and Region 9, motion to adjourn.
What about the reprise?
So moved, Karen.
Second,
Karen,
Cheryl.
Cheryl. Sorry,
No
Mike.
singing from Mike.
Where's the
No.
reprise?
No, not happening.
No.
All right, all in favor, aye for Region 9 before
Aye.
Mike starts singing. All right, you're adjourned at
John's
11.
got a
Oh, look, he
guitar.
took out the guitar.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you,
All right.
everyone, for staying
Bye.
late.
Cheers.
Appreciate it.
Good
night, everyone.
Take care, everybody.
Good night.
Right.
Everybody.